Hi guys, I'm Malcolm from A1 Australia Education Group. With the new changes which have become live in PTE in August 2025 and with the addition of 2 new tasks in speaking, we have created a full 5-hour video which is live now. This video which has been made by me will explain each and every task, all 22 tasks explained with templates, with full explanation, with the strategies and with examples. Not only that, it also explains the marks distribution. Watch it till the end, make sure to subscribe to it. If you want to crack your PT with the revised techniques, with the latest templates, I guarantee you this video will help you achieve it. And also, later, if you're looking for PTE classes anywhere around the world, you can visit our website. Everything will be mentioned in the description. Plus, to practice real test questions, for these 2 new tasks and to take latest mock tests, which also include the scoring as per these 2 new tasks and the latest marks distribution, head on to our website mockmaster.ai. It's totally free. Plus, we also have an app with the same name, Mockmaster AI. Make sure you subscribe to our channel. I'll see you all soon. Good luck.
Hi everyone, a very good morning to all of you. Can all of you hear my voice clearly?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Very good morning. That's great. I'll just start the class in a moment, okay? Thank you. So today I'll be covering all the templates so that you guys are also very clear how to use all the templates. Generally, every Friday we do a reading class, but since, as all of you would know, that the marks distribution has changed a bit. And apart from that, also the Department of Home Affairs has announced that there is a slightly different score requirement now for 8 each, like 20 PR points, and also for 7 each, which contributes 10 PR points. So if we talk about superior English, which is 8 each, equivalent to IELTS, now in speaking we need 88, and in writing we need 85. So they have increased the score requirements in speaking and writing, whereas in reading and listening, they have reduced the requirements to 69 and 70 respectively. So reading and listening should be pretty easy now to get like a band 8, but writing and speaking obviously like a bit steeper, so need to be quite accurate with regards to speaking and writing. And also for 7 each, they have changed the score requirements. So for 7 each also, I'll just quickly tell you, one moment please. So for proficient English, which is 7 each, in listening we need 58, reading we need 59, writing 69, and speaking 76. So I think what they're trying to do is with human evaluation in place. And by the way, human evaluation is not in every single case. But if the software thinks that in your answer, whether you're not using a template, if there is lack of original content, then a human will be immediately involved. The human doesn't check your answer for fluency or pronunciation. The human only and only checks for content in all the descriptive tasks. And there are 7 descriptive tasks in PT now. In speaking, there are 4 with the introduction of 2 new tasks, plus Describe Image and Retell Lecture. 2 descriptive tasks in writing, which are Summarize Written Text and Write Essay, and Summarize Spoken Text in listening. So 7 descriptive tasks where a human might or might not check your content. Now, as I said, I'll be covering all the templates in detail. So you guys just need to relax, observe what I'm doing. If you want, you can also take some notes. It's up to you. So let me share my screen and then let's start, okay? By the way, very soon, hopefully, we will be adding the new mock tests on our portal as per the new score distribution, and you'll be able to take those as well. At the moment, we have already added the 2 new tasks in speaking, which are respond to a situation and summarize the group discussion. The templates for both those tasks I have already added under study material, so you can have a look at those also. All right. Now let me share my screen, please. Generally, every Friday we do reading practice, but today I think it's more important that we go through the templates and everything. I hope everyone is okay with that. Now, firstly, I'll talk about 4 main changes in the score distribution. The first change, obviously, is from Read Aloud. Now, earlier, Read Aloud used to contribute marks to both speaking and reading. Now, from 7th August, which is already gone, Read Aloud will contribute marks only and only to speaking. You will be getting around 6 questions, and these 6 questions will contribute somewhere around, I would say, 8 to 9 points approximately to your speaking score. This is the first main change. The second main change is with regards to answer short questions. Because first I'm just covering the changes. Earlier, answer short questions used to contribute to both speaking and listening, as all of you know. But now onwards, going forward, it will contribute only and only to listening. How many questions? Approximately 4 to 6 questions. So let's write down 6. How many points? Somewhere around 3 to 4 points. Only to listening, not to speaking. The third major change is reading, writing, fill in the blanks, which is the first task in reading. Earlier, this task used to contribute substantially to both reading and writing scores, reading and writing. How many questions? Probably 5 or 6. So let's write down 6. But going forward, it's going to contribute only to reading scores, only to reading. And it's going to be really important, this task, because its contribution is going to be significantly high. Even earlier, it contributed very heavily, and it will continue to contribute heavily. Anywhere between 20 to, I would say, 20 to 25 points to the reading score. So let's write down 25. Earlier, there was a great contribution from read aloud to reading, which made getting the reading score easier. But considering that now for superior English, we need only 69, which will be equivalent to band 8 in IELTS. So I don't think it's going to be that difficult also. 69 in reading should be manageable. And the fourth change is listening fill in the blanks. Earlier, listening fill in the blanks contributed to both listening and writing substantially. It was important. And the number of questions is either 2 or 3. So it could be 2 or 3 questions. Each question, as you know, might have 3 to 5 fill in the blanks. Now, this will contribute only to the listening scores, only to listening. Okay. So if you write the right spelling, you will get 1 point. If you write the wrong spelling, you will get a 0. That's it. Only to listening, not to writing. How many points? Probably 6 or 7 points to the listening score. Okay. So this is the new scoring distribution of the existing tasks. Now, this obviously means that with the addition of new tasks in speaking, there will be some more score redistribution. Now, which are the two new tasks in speaking, as all of you know? One is your respond to a situation. In short, RTS. And the second one is summarize a group discussion, short form SGD. How many questions will you get? Probably 2 to 3 in each. So let's write down. Let's assume we'll be getting 3 questions. Let's assume, okay? Now the first task, respond to a situation, will contribute points only and only to speaking. It will be an independent task. There will be a prompt written on your screen, and you will also be listened to the same prompt, which will be any random situation like an event. You're supposed to read it, listen to the prompt at the same time. After that, you'll get about 10 to 20 seconds to think about it. And then you have to respond. You have to speak about it. For how much time will you speak? 40 seconds. Same as describe image. No change. How many points will it contribute? Approximately, we can say 9 to 10 points out of 90 to the speaking score. All right. And the second task, summarize a group discussion. Again, you'll get 2 to 3 questions. But this task is similar to retell lecture. So basically, you will be listening to a discussion always which will be between 3 people, 3. And because it's going to be a discussion between 3 people, it's going to be a very lengthy audio, which could be anywhere between, let's say, 1.5 to generally 2.5 or 3 minutes. So let's say 2 to 3 minutes will be the audio duration. So obviously you're supposed to take down notes, which are meaningful notes, not any keywords. It should make sense. Because please understand, going forward, the concept of content in your score is very significant. If your answer has content, the software or the human will grade you like in a better way. You'll get a much higher score compared to others who don't have proper content. So only single keywords are not going to work in the future, whether you need a band 7 or an 8. You need better quality keywords, longer phrases. Otherwise, it's not going to work. For a band 5, yes, it will work. 6, probably it will work. 7 or more, it will not work well. Now, in this task, because you are supposed to be listening to a very lengthy audio, and then you are going to give a summary, you'll get marks for both speaking and listening. And this task is going to be having a substantial contribution to both. Approximately, we can say around 15 to 16 points out of 90 to both speaking and listening. So that's why this new task, summarize a group discussion, has become very important with regards to its contribution to listening. It's going to contribute more points even than repeat sentence. Repeat sentence, you'll still get about 10 sentences, 10 questions, which means 10 sentences to repeat, which will contribute somewhere around 13 points to your listening and speaking, about 10 points. But this task, about 15 to 16 points. So it's going to be contributing more. Now, apart from these, there are some other changes in scoring also. So first, let me write down those changes. First and foremost, if you want, I can make a full list as well. I think that will be better. So let's start with speaking first. So if we talk about speaking, the first task is obviously read aloud. Now, read aloud will be, as I said, contributing marks only and only to speaking, not to reading anymore. Just a second, please. So it's speaking contribution. I'll just write down if it's S means it's only speaking. If it's integrated, then also you will understand. So it's speaking contribution will be somewhere around 8 points out of 90. The second task, which is repeat sentence, it will still be integrated, which means it will contribute to both speaking and listening. And that will be contributing approximately 13 points to speaking and 13 points to listening also, approximately, because there's no actual score redistribution chart given by PT. This is our analysis. Now the third task, and yes, I will also write down the number of questions so that it's clear, because now speaking will be longer. It's going to be approximately for 45 to 50 minutes, which is quite lengthy in my opinion. So let's say read aloud 6 questions, repeat sentence, let's say 10 questions. And even in the new mock test, which hopefully will be available from next week on our portal, Mockmaster AI, all the tests will have the same pattern, which I'm showing right now, because it's important to do the mock test in the same way as they come in the real exam. Now, the third task of describe image, it will have about 6 questions. And this task is still going to be the most important task to get a perfect 90 in speaking. And even right now, a lot of students are getting very high scores. Like, for example, in the last 1 week, close to 28 to 30 students have got 8 each in just 1 week. Probably hundreds of students I know were trying their luck that let's do the test before the changes. Let's see if we can get 7 each or 8 each or not. And quite a lot of them were successful also. I'm sure a lot of them missed as well. But anyway. So what I was saying was describe image is one task. If done correctly, can guarantee you a band 8 in speaking, which is 88 now, not 79. If you don't do it correctly, then probably you might be languishing in the range of, let's say, I don't know, 65 to 75, anywhere in between. So describe image will contribute marks only and only to speaking, and it will be contributing somewhere around, let's say 25 points out of 90. So that's almost close to 28 to 30% contribution of the speaking score coming only from describe image, which is a lot. One minute. Okay. Now the next task will be retell lecture as usual. You might have 2 to 3 questions. Now this task still contributes to both speaking and listening. And depending on the number of questions, its contribution will be somewhere around 10 points to speaking and approximately similar 10 points to listening also. Now going to the next task, which is answer short question. As I already mentioned, you'll be getting about 6 questions. And this task will be contributing only to your listening score. It will have no contribution on speaking at all. And approximately, it will be contributing around, let's say, 3 to 4 points out of 90. So per correct answer, roughly 0.5. The next task, which is respond to a situation. You'll be getting about 3 or 2 questions. And this task will contribute marks only to speaking. And as I mentioned before, approximately it will contribute around 10 points to speaking. And the last remaining task, summarize a group discussion. Again, you'll get 2 or 3 questions. Very, very important task, which will contribute to both speaking and listening. And approximately it will be contributing around 15 points to speaking and about 15 points to listening also. So this is the new marks distribution for the speaking module, okay? Now, after speaking, which will be taking around 45 to 50 minutes, as I just explained, and still it remains pretty much similar in the sense that as soon as you finish speaking in any answer, you're supposed to do next. Plus, there will be a beep sound in 6 tasks. In all tasks except answer short questions, there will be a beep sound at the beginning. So as soon as you hear the beep, you're supposed to start speaking. And in answer short questions, as soon as the answer bar moves, or basically after the audio ends, after that, you give your answer in 1 word, if possible. Don't give a lengthy answer, just 1 word. We'll be going into the templates in some time, but let's first quickly go through the marks redistribution. Now, the next module obviously will be writing. Now, the first change in writing is in summarize written text. Earlier, you used to get 1 or 2 questions. Now onwards, there will be always 2 questions fixed. Okay? And this task is going to be contributing pretty heavily to the reading and writing scores, because this task is integrated, because first you read the passage and then you write a summary of a single sentence. The rule for the answer is still the same. Our answer should be a single sentence having only 1 full stop at the end, and the word limit should be between 5 to maximum 75 words. If there are any names, any proper nouns in the answer which you are typing, it should start with a capital initial, as it's in the passage. And you cannot use numbers which have a decimal point like 15.2. You cannot use. Otherwise, you'll instantly get a 0. So all the rules remain the same. Now coming to the marks distribution. It's going to be contributing approximately 8 to 9 points to the reading score per answer. So 2 questions into 9 is approximately 18 points to reading. And for writing as well, approximately 10 to 12 points per answer. So this will be the approximate score distribution. You can still pick up sentences from the passage, but please ensure that you're not picking up any random sentences. If you want to paraphrase, you can paraphrase also. The structure still remains the same. But make sure that your final answer makes sense. You know what will happen if it doesn't make sense, right? This score will be penalized, because this is a descriptive task, which means a human might be checking your content for answer. And if the human sees that you have simply picked up copy-pasted sentences from the passage which don't make sense, the human might flag your answer and give you a 0 for content. And then even the reading score, which is not that high for 8, it is only 69, even that might be a bit difficult to achieve if you get a 0 in this task. So you can imagine this task will be really important as well for reading. That is why if you want to paraphrase a few words, you might. If you want to use some synonyms, you should. All right. Now the next task, which is write essay. For essay writing, we will be getting only one question fixed. Earlier it was one or two. Now it's going to be only one. And yes, one more thing. For summary writing, you will always get an independent timer of 10 minutes per question. That is fixed. So for speaking, as I said, the total time will be somewhere around 45 to 50 minutes approximately. Writing we will see soon. So here we get two questions. So that is going to contribute 20 minutes, obviously. And for write essay, we will be getting only one question. And that is 20 minutes per question, the same as it is right now. And only one question. So one question is equal to 20 minutes. And obviously this task will contribute marks only and only to the writing score. So the total time for writing will be 40 minutes. 20 for two summaries plus 20 for one essay. So that's 40. All right. Now the main thing which PT is wanting to do is they want to increase the weight of the essay substantially. Earlier, it used to contribute about 11 points out of 90 per essay. But now, one essay is going to contribute quite heavily. And quite heavily means approximately 25 points per essay and one essay. So you can imagine how important a role content will play in your essay. I'll be showing you how to use our template, and I promise you if you use it the way I show it today, the same template, you will get, if not full, pretty close to full marks. Because I can only help you with the template. I can't ensure that you are not making spelling mistakes, typing mistakes, grammar mistakes. That only you have to do with enough practice, obviously, with the classes and yourself. But obviously, I'll show you how to use our template effectively, more effectively. Okay. Now let's continue with reading. Now, reading has 5 tasks. The first task is reading, writing, fill in the blanks. As I mentioned earlier, it used to contribute marks to both reading and writing, but now it will contribute marks only to the reading score. You'll get about 5 or 6 questions. And as you know, more popularly, these are referred to as reading, writing, fill in the blanks because they contributed to the writing score, but now they are still called reading, writing, but they'll contribute only to reading. And these 6 questions will contribute somewhere around 20 to 25 points to your reading score. So I'll just write down over here, let's say 20 or 22 points out of 90 to the reading score. The second task is multiple choice, choose multiple answers. For this task, earlier it was 1 or 2 questions. Going forward, it's going to be 2 or 3 questions. So let's write down 2 questions. And this task will be contributing approximately 3 to 4 points out of 90 to the reading score. The third task will be reorder paragraph or paragraphs. You still will be getting 2 or 3 questions. And the contribution will obviously be only to reading. And the approximate contribution will be 6 to 7 points out of 90. Again, only to the reading score. And all these tasks will always come in the same sequence as I'm writing. The fourth task will be reading fill in the blanks, which are more popularly known as drag and drop fill in the blanks. You'll be getting 5 questions always. And this task will contribute somewhere around, I would say, 17 to 18 points out of 90 to your reading score. Still a lot of points. And the fifth task will be multiple choice, choose single answer. You'll be getting again 2 questions, 2 or 3. I think most of the times it's going to be 2. And still it's a very, very low weight task. Probably it's going to contribute 1 point out of 90. Maximum could be 2. Let's write down 2 for the sake of it. Now let's go to listening. Now listening still has 2 parts, part 1 and part 2. Part 1 includes only the first task of listening, which is summarize spoken text. And part 2 includes all the remaining tasks of listening, which will be from task number 2 to task number 8. And the total time for reading will be somewhere around 33 minutes. Or I would say 30 minutes. Let's round it up. 30 minutes for the reading test. And please remember, for writing, we get an independent timer for each and every question. For reading, it's an overall timer, which means we need to manage the time smartly ourselves. Now, if we talk about listening, the first task in listening, as we know, is summarize spoken text. In short, it's called SST. Always we will have only one question. PTE has made it fixed. Earlier it was 1 or 2. Now, surprisingly, even earlier, this task used to contribute heavily to listening and writing. But now it's going to be contributing very heavily to listening and writing, which means content will play a very important role, and spelling, grammar, and typing will play a very important role as always for the writing score contribution. Now, please remember, you'll get only one question, and this task will have an independent timer of 10 minutes. So one question, 10 minutes. In all tasks which have an independent timer, there is no need to do next before the time is up. Check your answer. Make sure there are no spelling, typing, spacing, or grammatical mistakes. And before 1 or 2 seconds are left, click next yourself. By the way, there are 2 more things which PT has announced. Actually, one more thing, that in any descriptive written task, summarize written text, write essay, summarize spoken text, if your entire answer is written in capital letters, your entire answer, you will be given a 0 instantly. So please make sure you don't do a silly mistake like that. Only write proper nouns or the first word of each new sentence with a capital initial. Okay? All right. Now, coming to the marks contribution. For listening, this task is going to be contributing about 8 points approximately, which is a lot of points, which means if content is not top quality content, your score in listening will suffer. And for writing, it's going to be contributing about close to 13 points. 13 points, one answer. So I would say at least 12 points. So that's a lot of points. 12 to 13. Now immediately from task 2 to task 8, you will see an overall timer, which will be anywhere between 20 to 22 minutes for all the remaining questions, which means just like reading, for all the remaining listening questions, you have to manage the overall time yourself. You have to be attentive. Now, the first task will be multiple choice, choose multiple answers. 2 questions approximately, 2 or 3 sometimes. And I think 2 questions will be contributing roughly about 2 points to your listening score. Maximum 3, not more than 3. The third task will be listening, fill in the blanks. Again, you might get 2 or 3 questions. So let's say you get 2 questions. Each question will have 3 to 5 fill in the blanks. It could also be 3 questions. So let's write down 2 or 3 questions. Earlier, it used to contribute to both listening and writing, but as I said, now it's going to be contributing only to the listening score. For each correct spelling, you'll get 1 point for listening. If the spelling is wrong, you'll get a 0. So this task will be contributing roughly, I would say 7 to 8 points in your listening score. Okay. Coming to the next task. The next task is highlight correct summary. Mostly you'll get 2 or 3 questions, but generally I think you'll get 2 questions. Now, highlight correct summary is integrated because you have to read the passage and then you give the answer. So you'll get marks for both listening and reading. And the marks contribution will be approximately, I would say, 2 points for reading and approximately 1 point for listening. The fifth task will be multiple choice, choose single answer. Again, 2 or 3 questions, most likely 2. The contribution of this task will be quite low, I would say, and it's only contributing to listening. So I would say maximum 1 point out of 90, not more. Just like multiple choice, single answer, I think it's going to be contributing only 1 point to reading. Same thing over here. The sixth task is select missing word, the beep task. So at the end of the audio, you're supposed to guess out of the options how the audio will. You'll get 2 questions mostly. And by the way, please remember, in all listening tasks, instead of an audio, you may also get a video, especially in these smaller listening tasks. Even in Retell Lecture, you can get a video. In highlight correct summary, multiple choice, multiple answers, multiple choice to single answer, you may get a video. So don't be surprised. PT throws such surprises in the test. It can give you a video. Again, not a very highly contributing task. 2 questions will contribute only to listening. And again, not very high. I think 1 point for both the questions combined. Task number 7 and task number 8, always important. Highlight incorrect words. Again, 2 or 3 questions. Still contributes to both listening and reading. The reading contribution will be a bit high. So it's good task to have more questions, and if you have more questions for this task, you'll be lucky. Approximately 11 points to reading, which is good. Listening might, because it's an integrated task, listening might be, let's say, somewhere around 6 points, 6 or maximum 7 points to listening. And coming to the last and final task of write from dictation, still it's going to be a very important task, WFT. How many questions? Still the same as before, 3 or 4 questions. Will still be contributing to listening and writing. The listening contribution approximately will be about 14 to 15 points. And the writing contribution will be somewhere around 20 to 21 points. So for listening, its contribution will come down a bit, but for writing, it is still a substantial contribution. All right. I hope there are no questions with regards to scoring and the new tasks which have been added so far. Now, quickly, let's go through all the important tasks one by one. Okay? Let's start with the first task of read aloud. Let me just share my screen once. Let me share my portal. 1 minute, please. Can all of you see the portal on my screen? Thumbs up. Yes. Yes. Can you see? Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. And soon we'll be making some more improvements on the portal so that the navigation is a bit easier, bit more easy soon. Now, I'll try to go through all the tasks very quickly, and I'll spend more time on the templates based tasks. Now, if we talk about read aloud, before you have to give your answer, you'll get about 25 seconds. And after that, you'll hear a beep sound. In the 25 seconds before the beep, try to read out the passage as quickly as possible so that you can practice. You get your practice. Very important. And you also gain your confidence. Before the beep, always take a deep breath so that you don't have to take sudden breaths in between. Rhythm is very important in read aloud. It won't be contributing to reading, but it still contributes 8 to 9 points to speaking. And you must not take unnecessary pauses, and you should know where to take the correct pauses. Now, what are unnecessary pauses? Pauses which are at the beginning of a sentence. Like as you see over here, there's a comma. This is a trap. Don't take a pause. At every full stop, you must take a small pause. If the comma is in the middle of a sentence, you must take a small pause. If there is a very lengthy sentence, and obviously you will have to take a small pause somewhere. Try to take a pause at connecting words like if, then, while, whereas, and, but. if there is no comma in lengthy sentences, so that there is proper phrasing in your sentences. If there are words separated by comma, 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 you don't need to take a pause. You can read smoothly. Try not to skip words. Try not to add extra words. Omission and addition might lead to a reduction in the speaking score. And as you know, the stakes are very high in speaking. For a band 8, now you need 88. So you need to be very relaxed, very confident, and try your best that there are no mistakes. By mistake, if you mispronounce a word, or if you realize that you have made a mistake, don't correct yourself. Just keep on speaking. Without stressing on individual words, keep your voice very smooth. Don't speak the words separately. Speak at a normal speed, like a normal human being would. Remember, the name of the task is read aloud. It's not speak aloud. That's why you need smoothness and cadence. Cadence means rhythmic speaking, smooth speaking. As I said before the beep, try to read out the passage 2 to 3 times really fast, not in your mind, not in your head, but by actually speaking it so that you get the confidence which you need at the beginning of your test. And after the beep, just speak in a relaxed way. For example, like this. As a child, I used to spend hours playing in my grandmother's garden. She had an array of colorful flowers and herbs growing throughout the yard, and she would teach me about each one. She had a particular love of lavender, and I remember her telling me stories about how she used to dry it and make sachets to put in her drawers. Each and every word clear, but without stressing on individual words. Try to pronounce the S words clearly, plural sounds, so that the software gives you maximum points for pronunciation. If you're not sure about the pronunciation of 1 or 2 words, instead of skipping the words, just lower your voice and try to mimic the sound of the word. Mimicking is a very good strategy in read aloud. All right. You might have something sometimes given in brackets. You must read everything. You shouldn't skip anything. You'll get about 6 questions. Now, let's talk about the second task of repeat sentence. You'll get about 10 questions. You'll get about 3 seconds. After that, the audio.
Students are allowed to bring dictionaries to the exam.
As I said, as per the new PTE guidelines, there will be a beep sound also in repeat sentence. After you hear the beep, you must repeat your sentence. The most important thing is content. And content also means the sequence of words. Do not aim to repeat it 100% correctly, because if you aim for 100% accuracy, it will put additional pressure on your mind, on your brain. Logically, you should aim for 70 to 80% accuracy. That is a positive and a healthy target. Some sentences will be short, some will be extremely lengthy. You can't do anything about it. If you're not sure, again, try to mimic the sounds of some words instead of skipping words altogether. Words which you understand, speak them clearly and speak them fluently. One of the biggest reasons why sometimes the speaking score goes down is because people take sudden pauses in repeat sentence. Remember, you should not take sudden pauses. Even if you make a mistake, what should you do? You should continue speaking normally and naturally. You'll get 10 questions approximately. So even when you practice this task at home, practice minimum 15 questions back to back. And don't wait to check your answers every time you practice, because in the real exam, you don't have the luxury of checking your answers. So we should practice in the same way as it is in the real exam. All right. Let me just demonstrate a few examples. Try to speak at a normal speed. If you can copy the tone of the speaker, copy. It's good. But copying the tone should not be at the expense of missing some words and content. Some people try so hard to copy the tone of the speaker that they forget the actual sentence. That is not the correct approach. Always remember, fluency and content both are very important for speaking and listening respectively. So you need to be fluent and you need to repeat the words in the proper sequence, as many as you remember. If your answer is more than 50% accurate in the correct sequence, you get 2 out of 3 points. If your answer is less than 50% accurate, you get 1 out of 3 points in content. And if your answer is 100% accurate, you get 3 out of 3 points in content. Minor mistakes like singular, plural, or missing words or adding words like a and the, those are very normal mistakes. You won't be penalized much. The main thing is overall, try to get 80% or more accuracy if possible, consistently in all the sentences, and that will ensure you a pretty high score of 80 plus probably in your listening and speaking both. If you're not sure about a word, the best strategy is to mimic the sounds. Mimicking is an excellent strategy in read aloud and repeat sentence both. Let me demonstrate a few.
Scientists are always asking the government for more money.
Scientists are always asking the government for more money. So there's nothing much to explain in this task. You just have to repeat the sentence exactly as you hear it. You'll be getting marks over here. Please remember these are approximate marks, and please understand that I'm not wearing a headset. So whenever you practice it, if you wear a headset, it will be beneficial. You'll be achieving a more accurate representation of your score. And it's even written over here. The scores may differ with the usage of a proper headset as compared to speaking directly. So make sure you always wear a headset which has a mic. Now going to the third task. The third task is describe image. Describe image was and means it still remains the most important task in speaking to get a perfect 90, which is your goal, obviously. You'll get about 6 questions. In the questions, you may get a map, you may get an image, you may get a graph, you may get a chart, you may get a picture, a photograph, a painting, a drawing. Could be anything, any image. You get about 25 seconds to understand the image, after which you're supposed to speak for 40 seconds. Remember, 40 seconds is the maximum you have to speak. Maximum. The ideal speaking time would be somewhere about, I would say, 25 to 35 seconds. If you have more content, feel free to speak for the full duration of 40 seconds. Grammar is not checked in speaking at all. Don't worry about making grammatical mistakes. You'll be mainly judged for fluency, pronunciation, and content. Very important. All three. Most important, natural fluency, not fast fluency, which means your spoken speed in describe image and all descriptive spoken tasks which we'll be seeing now has to be normal. You don't have to rush. If you rush, you will lose points. The software might instantly flag your answer because it might think that you're using a template. So don't speak too fast. Things were different earlier, things are different now. So speak naturally with natural pauses. Like you can also do sounds like once or twice in your answers. And I'm not saying that. That is written in the sample answer given by Pearson itself. I'm just sharing what is written in the sample answers. In the sample answers in text, they've written AAUMMAH, which are natural sounds which people make while they speak. Don't make them purposely in every sentence, but as and when while speaking naturally, if they come out, it's good. All right. I hope I'm making sense, whatever I'm saying. The other thing which scares people is, should we or do we have to describe everything in the image? No, we don't. Try your best to cover 50 to 60% content from the image. That should be fine. You don't have to cover everything. Just a moment. I'll share my other screen now, 1 minute. Now, all these templates are already given in our portal, Mock Master. But let me still write it over here. So it is like this. The given image shows whatever it shows, like a graph, picture, chart. Speak over here, which illustrates whatever it illustrates, like the title, whatever data, the main data. Speak. Don't speak too fast. Again and again, I'm saying, don't speak too fast. Speak very naturally. And at words which are connecting words like which, that, you can also take a small pause as if you are thinking while you're speaking. The software likes natural thinking type styles of speaking. The second sentence is this. It can be clearly seen from the image that whatever trend you can see, describe that trend. If you have something more to add, you can also write or speak and you continue. The third sentence is this. The image not only shows, again, talk about a trend, whatever you see, but also shows whatever you see. And you're not supposed to speak only one word over here. Remember, you are not supposed to speak only one word over here. You must try to speak phrases or sentences as you see in your own natural style. It can also be added that, or it can also be added that, or seen from the image that. That the image has and speak some more time if you can. And finally, because it's a conclusion, you just say overall, the image is, or you can also say the picture, whatever it is you can say, is quite informative. You can either finish it or you can just say some conclusion or repeat the topic sentence if you wish to. So there are only 5 sentences and you have to speak for approximately 25 to 40 seconds. Minimum, I would say, keep it at least for 20 to 25 seconds, not shorter than 25 seconds. Okay. So if I share my other screen now, I think this image is a bit smaller to be seen, but let me zoom it. library layout area, study area, reading area, lounge area, computer stations, bookshelves, reception desk, rectangular, square shapes. The given image shows us a library layout, which illustrates different areas in the library, which are mainly different rooms. It can be clearly seen that the image has a reading area and a lounge area on the left-hand side, which are rectangular in shape. The image not only shows computer stations at the bottom, a reception desk in the middle, and a study area at the top, but it also shows these in rectangular shapes. It can also be seen that the image has bookshelves on the right. Overall, it's a very informative image about a library's layout. Again, mainly try to aim for a higher score always in content. Do not aim for a perfect 90 in fluency. Any score between 70 to 90 is a good score for both pronunciation and fluency. The maximum score you must always aim for should be in content. And please speak the way I did. Did I speak fast at all? No. Purposely. If I speak fast, I will also get a very poor score in the real test. If I speak like this and if you speak like this, you will get a very high score in the real test. Okay. Now the next task is, and yes, before we go to the next task, some of you might have a question in your mind. Is it okay if we use this same template or same structure in all the questions? Yes, it's okay to use the same structure or the same template for all questions of describe image. It is absolutely okay. All right. There is no timer of 40 seconds, but while you will be speaking in all these speaking questions, you will see that a bar like a wave will be moving on your screen. So you are supposed to speak approximately for, let's say, 30 to 35 seconds, as I explained, in all these descriptive tasks, because the maximum you'll be speaking will be for 40 seconds. All right. Now the next task is retell lecture. Retell lecture again is about 40 seconds. You'll get 2 to 3 questions. First, you listen to an audio. While the audio is going on, you're supposed to take down notes quickly. After the audio ends, you're supposed to give your answer in 40 seconds. And after the audio or the video, it can also be video. After the audio or video ends, you'll get 10 seconds to go through the notes which you have taken. Now this task, because it comes under the description of a descriptive task, again, you have to speak very naturally. And because it contributes to both speaking and listening, it's really important that you focus on actual content. Please don't speak one word as your content. It will not give you enough points for listening. If you want a decent score and a higher, like a superior or a minimum proficient or a superior score, try to make phrases or sentences. So earlier, note taking was very important. Now you know what is more important? Understanding the actual lecture. Even earlier, those who understood their notes always got a very high score because they were able to speak more content. And if you speak disconnected words, randomly disconnected words, just words from the lecture, you will not get good points in content. That is the problem. Now, I'm going to suggest a very simple structure, which I have also suggested in my earlier main video, which is on our portal. Please try to follow this structure now onwards for Retell Lecture. Please. So the first sentence will be, the speaker was discussing, or the speaker was talking about. You can use the word discussing or talking about. Whatever the main theme or the main topic you must cover over here. That should be the first thing. If you want, you can take notes also with me. Now, before the test starts, as all of you know, you get sheets on which you can take notes, right? For this task, you will get 2 questions. It's fixed 2 questions always now onwards. So take 2 sheets and just write this on your sheets. For this sentence, you will write T. When you write T, you'll remember T means the speaker was talking about. That's the first sentence. In the leave 1 finger space and then just write A. Then F. Let me go to a new page. That'll be better. 1 minute. F, M, L. So basically what I'm helping you with is now, instead of repeating same words, like for example, in describe image, you should never repeat same words like I can see, I can see, I can see. Those were my earlier templates. Now they don't work. Similarly, in retell lecture, you should not keep on repeating like from the lecture I can hear. You should ideally now not repeat. What does A stand for? Additionally. What does F stand for? Furthermore. M stands for moreover, or if there is a change in the tone, what will you use? You will use however. And what does L stand for? Lastly. Pretty simple. Keep things simple in your head, in your mind, so that you won't have to think in the exam, okay? So you will just write the initials TAFML, TAFML, this you can remember like that. And here, try to speak phrases, sentences. If possible, try to speak slightly longer sentences in your own words. Now, these sentences obviously will be made up of keywords, obviously. But these will not be disconnected keywords. You will have to make some sense. Is it clear what I'm saying, guys? Yes or no? Thumbs up. Yes, no. Any questions? I hope it's clear. Some of you might be struggling with content, might not be that great at picking up content, but you will have to practice. You will have to practice. My job is to try my best to guide you in the right direction. It is my duty to tell you the truth, how you will get the full score, full marks in any task. And that is what I'm doing honestly in this lecture today. Whether to follow or not to follow my advice is your decision, your choice. But if you follow, you will get full marks. That is my guarantee. I don't want to mislead anyone. So I don't want to, just lie that use keywords, you will get marks. No, you will not. Please use proper sentences, which means along with note taking, you will actually have to understand what's going on in the lecture. The lecture could be an audio or a video. Sometimes the audio or the video is going to be very short in duration, which means it's even more important that you understand it better. You understand it more. So those things are really important. TAFML. That's it. Now, for example, 1 minute. I'll play a lecture and I'll try to take some notes over here, okay? In the real exam, you cannot type in this task. It is compulsory to take notes on the sheets which are given to you. It's compulsory.
As the world's population grows,
Were you all able to listen to the first sentence when it started? Yes or no? As the world's population grows. Okay, I'll play it again.
Yes.
Thank you. I'll play it again. 3, 2, 1.
as the world's population grows, ensuring everyone has access to sufficient, nutritious food is a critical challenge. Sustainable farming practices offer a promising solution to this challenge. Firstly, sustainable farming involves methods that are environmentally friendly, such as reducing chemical use, conserving water, and promoting biodiversity. These practices are not only crucial for protecting our environment but also for ensuring long-term agricultural productivity. Healthy ecosystems are more resilient and can provide the resources needed for continuous food production. Secondly, sustainable farming includes a focus on local production and distribution. By supporting local food systems, we can reduce the carbon footprint associated with long-distance transportation of food. Additionally, local farming empowers communities, supports the local economy, and ensures fresher, more nutritious food reaches consumers. However, transitioning to sustainable farming requires effort and collaboration from various stakeholders, including governments, farmers, and consumers. It involves embracing new technologies, investing in education, and creating policies that support sustainable practices. In conclusion, sustainable farming is not just an environmentally responsible choice. It's a necessary step towards global food security and a healthier planet. By adopting these practices, we can ensure that future generations have access to the food they need to thrive.
The speaker was talking about as the world's population grows, access to having sufficient nutritious food is a critical challenge. Moreover, the speaker said that sustainable farming techniques is the solution to this. Additionally, methods which are environmentally friendly, which promote water and biodiversity, are important to ensure enough agricultural long-term production, and the economy also remains more resilient. Furthermore, sustainable farming focuses on local production and distribution to reduce the carbon footprint for long-distance transport of food. Lastly, sustainable farming is a necessary step towards creating a global food security environment, which future generations can use to access food to thrive. So I spoke for almost 40 seconds. And if you can speak like this, it will be an excellent answer. You don't need to speak word by word. You speak naturally. The more content you cover, the better. Every time the audio or the video will not be so lengthy. If you're lucky, you'll have a lengthy audio. If you have a shorter audio, don't stress about it. Try to retell as much as possible using this structure in a natural tone at a natural speed. Don't rush. If you rush, it's going to be a problem. All right. Now, the next important task is respond to a situation. In respond to a situation will be given to you. You'll have 2 to 3 questions. You will be reading the prompt on your screen, and you'll also be listening to the prompt via your headsets.
You are going to have a party with your classmates at home. You will prepare barbecue and salad to treat them, but you do not know their dietary restrictions. You made a phone call to ask them about this, but they did not answer the call. Please leave a message to them.
So you'll have about 20 seconds to think about your answer. You'll hear a beep. You will have 40 seconds to answer the question. Remember, 40 seconds is the maximum. Please answer as completely as you can. Now, in my lecture, which I took last week on Monday, the recording is still on the platform, 28th July. I did cover some do's and don'ts for this task. You can go to that and have a look if you wish to. The most important thing in this task is you must try to understand and quickly understand and then cover each and every part in your own words, but using the keywords which are mentioned. For example, barbecue, salad, classmates means mates, your friends, dietary restrictions. And obviously it says that you have made a phone call, but they did not answer the call. And what are you supposed to do? Please leave them a message. Now, generally, this task is similar to writing an email or a letter. How does it start? It starts with a greeting, hello, like hello team, hello friends. If a name is given, you can say, but in this task, generally, you will not get names. And how does any email end? With a salutation, like hope to hear from you soon. Let me know what you think about it. Please get back to me as quickly as possible. Thanks. So you have to keep it natural, starting and ending. And in the middle part, obviously, you fit in these things. Now, let's quickly cover the structure of the template for this. I'll just share my other screen. Now, let me write down the name of the task. Respond to a situation. You'll be given points for content, fluency, and pronunciation. And this task contributes only to speaking, not to anything else. One of the main do's and don'ts in this task is, first I'll cover the do's. You must try to cover each and every point which is mentioned in the prompt in your natural style. Secondly, very importantly, remember you are talking in the first person. What is the meaning of first person? I, you. That is how you speak, like I am happy. How are you doing today? That's called the first person. So that is one of the most important things which PTE has mentioned in its score guide, that remember you are speaking always in the first person in this task. And one of the most important don'ts is don't give your opinions. Don't analyze it. You're just going to respond to it quickly and in a natural way. That's it. Okay. Now coming to the template for this task.
Just wanted to know that will there be any grammatical mistakes being counted in it?
No. Grammar is not checked in any speaking task at all. So don't worry about it. Now, I've created like a universal structure, which is something like this, like greetings. So that is the first thing, like hello team, hello friends, whatever it is, normal, or I would say the word is appropriate greeting, appropriate to the prompt. If it's casual, casual, semi-formal, semi-formal, formal, formal, whatever it is. After that, you continue. So basically, how do you continue? By acknowledging that, okay, I understand what you're trying to tell me. So you acknowledge the request, or you offer something which has been asked from you. So you offer help or whatever, assistance. That is step 2. Step 3 is clearly state what you will or what you won't be doing. Clearly state. The next step, explain what you want from them. Or state your conditions. That if you do this, this is what you need from them. Like if you are going to prepare a presentation, let them know what you need. The next step is, if there is a deadline which is mentioned, so I'm writing over here, if it's mentioned, then specify the deadline. It's very important. And remember, if in the audio it clearly says that you are supposed to help them submit their assignments by Friday, you cannot say weekend in your answer. That is considered to be misrepresenting the information. And I'll write clearly over here, only facts, no assumptions, no opinions. Don't misrepresent the information. Hey, 1 minute. So specify a deadline when you'll be completing it. And the last thing is, as I said, a salutation, which means confirm or ask if it works for them. All right. You guys can just note it down. I'll be back in a minute and then I'll give a demonstration. Okay. I just need a 30-second break because it's going to be a very lengthy class today. And I've already been speaking for the last 1.5 hours. So I just need a quick break. I'll be back. Thank you. All right, guys, I'm back. Thanks for waiting. Let me share my other screen now. So this is the screen. Let me start with my answer, okay? Hello, friends. I had given you a phone call to check with you about having a party at my home, but I think you were busy and you couldn't answer the call. I'm willing to prepare a treat for you guys with barbecue and salad, but I don't know if you have any dietary specifications. Could you please let me know about this, as it can help me with my preparation on time? Please get back to me as soon as possible. Thank you. All right. So please understand, in such descriptive tasks, there is no right answer, like there is no good answer or there is no best answer. But as I said, stick to the facts, don't assume, don't give your opinion. Speak casually, speak naturally. By casually, I mean naturally, not too fast. You'll get 2 or 3 questions for this task. Try to practice 10 to 15 questions back to back, bulk practice in any such task. These are very simple tasks. They'll be coming for the first time, but still they're pretty simple tasks. So there's nothing to worry about them at all. I think they're very, very easy tasks. Whenever PT gives a descriptive task, I know the bar is quite high, 88 to get a band 8. But if you speak naturally, the software will very easily give you marks. You know, in English, there's a short form, there's an acronym called KISS. It means keep it simple, stupid, KISS. So basically, we have to stick to the KISS formula. Keep it simple, focus on content, and focus on natural speaking. That's it. All right.
So I
Let's
just wanted to know, as you're saying simple, so the same way it says in describe image like am, we can normally use it in the normal tone, right?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. In all descriptive tasks, describe image, retell lecture, respond to a situation, summarize the group discussion, we can use once or twice in any answer. That's fine. Thank
And
you.
like focusing on some particular word sometimes in your normal conversation, will that really be a negative point?
As in,
Like sometimes we speak in a normal tone, but some folk like a stress on one particular word or something. Will
in
that
read
be
aloud and repeat sentence, don't stress at all. Keep your
okay?
voice smooth. In describe image and other descriptive tasks, it's okay once in a while if you stress.
All right.
But in short, the more we stress, always remember, the more the clarity goes down.
Okay. Okay.
Like this, goes down.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
in normal speaking, it's okay, but in such tests, I don't recommend it. Keep it normal, smooth.
Okay. One small question with this horsey voice, which I am currently suffering from, which may
Say speaker one. Speaker one mentioned that whatever the main point is, you speak over here and explained that. You can use different words also. You can use my template. Anything is fine. And as I said, after an idea, you have to give the supporting detail. Then you continue. Whatever, he, she, whatever the name is. Also pointed out is academic vocabulary, so it will give you good points for speaking. And whatever some additional point, some note over here, you add. After that, you continue. Speaker 2 added that. And went on to say, again, phrasal usage, academic vocabulary. So you get good points for speaking. Supporting detail. Speaker 2 also mentioned that. And if you have some additional point, you cover over here. Speaker 3 agreed, disagreed with them. This is important, agreed or disagreed. You can also use that for speaker 2. At least once in your answer, please use agreed or disagreed that. With them and said that. Whatever the main thing speaker 3 has spoken, speak over here in your own words. If a reason is mentioned, continue because and the reason. Generally, a reason will be mentioned because it's a very long conversation. He or she, whatever it is, also shared that. And you add any supporting detail. Overall, which means it's your concluding statement. They all agreed, disagreed with, like, whatever your final conclusion, you fit it over here. Whether the use of artificial intelligence is beneficial in getting higher grades in universities or it's harmful due to its leading causes in plagiarism, for example, you know. And seem to feel that whatever, you end with a general statement, concluding statement. So this is like the structure. All right. I'll play an audio now, and then we'll try to cover it, okay?
two students and an IT support officer are discussing campus facilities at university.
You know, I've been spending so much time in the library lately, and while it's pretty good, I wish there were more quiet study rooms available. It feels like they're always booked up, especially around exam season. Sometimes it's hard to find a spot where you can really focus without distractions.
Oh, I totally agree about the study spaces, Liam. And speaking of facilities, I've noticed the Wi-Fi in some of the older buildings can be pretty unreliable. It constantly drops out, which is super frustrating when you're trying to hand in an assignment or watch a lecture. We're paying a lot for tuition. You'd think the basic internet would be really good everywhere.
Thanks for bringing that up, Jessica. We're actually aware of the Wi-Fi issues in the older blocks, and we're in the process of upgrading the system. It's a really big project, but we expect to see big improvements by next semester. As for study spaces, while that's not directly IT, good internet is super important for them. So we're working to make sure that's sorted.
That's good to hear about the Wi-Fi, Eric. It's definitely a big deal for productivity. And just wondering, have you considered adding more specialized computer labs? Sometimes specific software, like for engineering or design, is only available in a few labs, and they're always packed. It'd be great to have more access to those high-spec machines.
Yeah, definitely more lab access would be amazing. But can we talk about the campus gym for a second? It feels really outdated compared to other universities, and the equipment often seems to be broken. I think getting some new machines and maybe making the space bigger would really encourage more students to stay active and use the facilities.
I can definitely pass on the feedback about the specialized labs, Liam. We often check what software is needed and how much the labs are used, so your input is valuable. About the gym, Jessica, that falls under the Sports and Recreation Department, but I know the university is always looking at ways to improve student well-being, and facilities are part of that. There are budget discussions happening all the time for these kinds of improvements.
It just seems like these improvements always take forever, or they're just fixing things after they break instead of planning ahead. I mean, it's not just about fixing what's broken, but looking at what students actually need for modern learning and living. Maybe there should be a more regular, organized way for students to give feedback directly to facility managers, not just IT or sports, about everything from study zones to food outlets.
That's a great point, Liam. Like a proper student facilities committee, or even just a suggestion box system that they actually check regularly would be so helpful. It would make us feel more heard. Even simple things like more accessible water fountains or better lighting in some areas could really improve daily life on campus.
I appreciate that perspective, both of you. There are actually channels for feedback, like the student union representatives who meet with various university departments, including facilities management. Maybe we need to do a better job of publicizing those options. We really value student input. It helps us prioritize future projects and upgrades. Keep the suggestions coming.
The three speakers were discussing the main issue of how the internet facilities at their university as well as the study rooms need some improvement, along with some improvements in the gym and other recreational facilities. Speaker one, who is Liam, mentioned that people and students generally spend a lot of time in the library, and he hoped that there were more quieter study rooms, wishing that there were more rooms available. And he does realize that such things do take a longer time. And there should also be some proper feedback mechanism, a proper students committee which would help pass on such messages. Speaker to Jessica also wishes that the Wi-Fi would be more reliable, as it generally drops down a lot. She also adds and mentions that they're paying a lot for the tuition fee, and also wonders if the Wi-Fi is good enough. She also adds to the point that gyms can be better, as it would make students feel more active, and better lighting in the facility would also be more appreciated, as it would make them feel as if they are better heard by their senior committees. The speaker three, who is Eric, agrees with all of them and said that it's just not about IT, and because he has a reason that there should also be better labs with better machines, as that could have them
produce more effective results in their tests. Overall, they all agree that if there is better feedback channel systems as per the instructor, then they will also be able to value their student input, and the instructor also recommends to keep the students' suggestions coming in. And finally, they all seem to agree that they will look into this effectively.
Just a question. Here, a lot of times we are mentioning what is one of the speaker mentioning, what is second speaker mentioning. Sometimes while taking notes, you confuse yourself. What did the speaker one say? What did the speaker two say?
But I've
Will that be
written,
a misleading fact?
yes. For example, in the notes which I showed, I very clearly was writing what speaker one said,
Yeah, right,
DM was saying, what Jessica was saying, what Eric was saying, and then what the instructor was replying back to them.
right.
Obviously, it's very clearly written in the new score guide that you should try your best not to misrepresent information,
Hmm.
like mix what speaker one is saying with speaker two and three and vice versa, as
So
that
can we
could
do
lead.
without taking the names? Can we say he, she,
You can,
just
but
to save
obviously
yourself?
you can, but that is one way of thinking about it. But if you think in the other way, if you say names and if you use them correctly, wouldn't you be getting more points for content?
Yeah,
Content
yeah,
you
I
would,
agree. I agree.
right? So that way is more like an like an escapist behavior, which
Hmm.
we can do if it's very confusing,
Right,
but it won't be that confusing also. You're also like, it's all about practice. Like
right.
3 or 4
Right.
questions you
True.
do, your understanding will improve. Because as I said, earlier PT was focused more on note taking. Now it is more about actual understanding.
Sure. Got it. Thank you so much.
So here, again, I think I must have got a lower score in content. I could have had better content and spoken for a bit more time as well. So obviously with practice, this score can also go up. This lecture was very similar to what it can be in the real exam, quite lengthy. And as I said, this will contribute to the listening score. So try your best that your content is at least above 65 or 70 for the maximum score in listening. All right. Now, coming to the last task of speaking, and the last task of speaking is answer short question. There are no changes in answer short question apart from the change that earlier it contributed to both speaking and listening. Now, going forward, it will contribute only to listening. So, listening is the only thing. You'll get 5 to 6 questions. The prompt clearly says that please give a simple and short answer. Often just one or few words is enough. So when you give your answer, don't say the answer 3 times. For example, if the question is, in which direction does the sun rise, east or west? Just say once, east. Don't say east, 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 or don't say the sun rises in the east. You must give only one worded answers, maximum 2 words. If, for example, there's a question, what do you call heavenly bodies that move around the earth? The correct answer is planets. Whether you say planet or whether you say planets, both answers are accepted. Try to give only one word. If you realize that you have made a mistake, you can quickly correct it once. Like, let's say there's a question, in which direction does the sun rise, east or west? By mistake, you say west, but you realize you made a mistake. You can quickly correct yourself. West, east, next. After every question, after every response, do next immediately. But don't do it on purpose. So purposely, don't give two or three answers for each question. That is misleading the software and it will pick up what you're trying to do. So try to be honest. Think about it for a second. Please remember, you have only maximum 3 seconds. Once the bar starts or once your response time starts, you are going to give your answer in 3 seconds. If you don't give your answer within 3 seconds, the recording stops and you might be penalized. And that is true for all speaking tasks. So try to start your answer within at least 1 second after your response time starts. And once you finish, do next immediately. By chance, if it happens that you don't know the answer to any question, you might just repeat some word from the question, or you might just say, I don't know. There is no point which you'll be getting for listening if you say, I don't know, or let's say you repeat some word from the question itself. You won't be getting any points for content. But because if you don't speak, there is a penalty, it is important and necessary that you speak something. So please speak something. There are a lot of questions given on mockmaster.ai, our portal. Plus, you can always go and download the latest prediction files. If you want, you can also download it on your phone, complete prediction file. And very soon, we will also have our own app for PT, NATI, and IELTS. So even for NATI, we'll have the questions, dialogues, and everything on the app and the portal very soon. For those of you who are enrolled, you can access it. If you're not, if you can also anytime go to the purchase options and also do it from the app. The app is also called Mockmaster. It has the same logo and it will be live very soon on iOS and Play Store both. Anyway, so that's all about speaking. We still have 3 modules to cover. I'll try to be a bit quick now, but I'll try my best to cover everything in detail. Now let's go to writing. As we know, writing has 2 tasks. Task 1 is summarize written text. Task 2 is write essay. As I mentioned, you'll get 1 or 2 questions for summarize written text. And for write essay, you will always get only 1 question. Let's start with summarize written text. You'll have a passage. You're supposed to read the passage and you're supposed to write the answer. How should your answer be? Your answer should be only 1 sentence. 1 sentence means it should have only 1 full stop. Which means if there are words like doctor, like dr dot, mr dot in the passage, which you picked up in the sentence for your answer, you should not put dot. If you put an extra dot in the middle of your answer, instantly you will get a 0. PT is very strict, and as per the new score distribution, this task is going to contribute very heavily to both reading and writing. You might remember from the beginning of today's lecture, one answer will contribute approximately 9 points to reading and approximately 10 points to writing. That's a lot of points. So if you want to get the best out of your score, make sure your answer is of maximum 75 words. Even if it's 1 word more, there is a parameter called form, F-O-R-M, form. So if the answer is less than 5 words, which obviously it will never be, but if it's more than 75 words, which there is a chance it might go sometimes, then you are in trouble. You will lose some points. You will always see a word counter in the real exam as well. And you will always see a timer of 10 minutes in the real exam also. So make sure you submit your answer in the given time limit of 10 minutes. Ideally, you should be able to type your answer in 6 to 7 minutes so that in the remaining 3 to 4 minutes, you can check your answer for mistakes. Now, as soon as the question comes on your screen, there are 2 things which matter in this task, right? One is what you write, and the second is how you write. What you write means content, and content gives points to reading. How you write means writing. No spelling mistakes, using a proper structure, using proper connecting devices means connectors, and proper punctuation marks. Now, first, let me explain how to pick up the main sentences. It's very simple. Now, a common mistake which a lot of people do in this task is they always pick up something from the introduction, something from the body paragraph, something from the conclusion, and join 3 sentences. Please understand, it is not compulsory that you have to pick up every time from the introduction. Sometimes the introduction is useless. You have to think which are the important sentences. Now, how to pick up important sentences? Let me teach you. Very simple. You must try to quickly scan the passage first as soon as it comes in your screen for repetitive words. Words which are repeating again and again. Why are they repeating? Obviously, because they are important. So at least one sentence which you write should have one of those repetitive words. In this passage, you see which word is repeating, right? The main topic, bioluminescent animals. So you have to write that word. Obviously, it's very important. The other way to pick up important sentences, there are sentences in the passage which have words like, and remember, which have words like importantly, necessarily. Such words and such sentences convey very important information because the sentence itself has the word important. So should you write that sentence? Yes, you must. 100%. Thirdly, and this is one of the most important things you can never miss in your content, never ever. There will be sentences like this. For example, scientists claim that, researchers say that, X and Y, so there might be two names, believe that, say that. So whatever is after that, that part is your content. If you miss that, you're going to lose points. For example, the outcome of the experiment is very important, such sentences, because this is showing what the people have said. What is the outcome of the experiment? So that is the main content. Now, what is not important? So what is not important is or are examples. Examples are generally not important, but if there are repetitive examples, means if the same words are repeated again and again, in examples, why are they repeating? Always go back to step 1. Why is anything being repeated? Why? Because it is important. If something is important, what should you do? You must include it in your answer. Simple. Okay? So mainly, try to find out words like importantly, necessary, such sentences. And as I said, try to find such sentences which show some cause and effect, which show a reason, or something which is an instruction. Something which is an instruction is generally using which words? Must, should, can, will, might. Might is not instruction like an instructional statement, but still. So words like such in any sentence, if you see, you must pick up that sentence or paraphrase that sentence and put it in your answer. Okay, I hope it's clear. Now, I have explained what to write. Now let me explain how to write. What is content? How is the structure? Generally, try your best to create one sentence using 3 parts. Like sentence 1, sentence 2, sentence 3. At the end, what will you put? You'll put a full stop. Before the last sentence, you can just write comma and lastly, comma. After every comma, you must leave a space. Before the last sentence, what will you write? Lastly. But before lastly, you must also put comma and. After the first sentence, put a semicolon or a comma. Both are accepted. Again, I'm saying both are accepted. Semicolon as well as a comma. If you're adding a new sentence, you put moreover. If there is a contrast in the second sentence, what will you put? However. Make sure that M or H for the connector is always a small m, small h. By mistake, after the comma or after the semicolon, if you put a capital M, you might get a 0 in writing. Your whole answer, you'll get a 0. And similarly, as I said, by mistake, if you put a number which has a decimal point, 15.2%, you can write a symbol, that is fine. You can also convert it into words, that is also fine. But 15.2 means not fine. You'll get a 0 because that is considered to be an extra full stop. And as per the instructions, it's very clear that your answer should be only of a single sentence. Should you paraphrase or should you keep the words exactly the same? My suggestion now is paraphrase a few words. Use synonyms. That will help you and protect you in case if a human is evaluating your answer for content. You don't want to take a chance. That's why. Now, don't pick up sentences which start like these, this, it. These are pronouns. Don't start your sentences like a new answer with such words. Don't pick up such sentences to be the first sentence of your answer. Will it make sense? No. What are these insects? Nobody knows. So you won't get good marks. Is it clear what I'm saying? That is why it's very important to be careful. Now, all these jellyfish, anglerfish, plankton, what are these? Examples. Are examples important? No, they are not. Can, must, should, would, will. This sentence, important. Because it has the word can. So you have to quickly scan for such words. Very important. In summary, summary means like a conclusion itself. These organisms, don't pick up these. You can remove such pronouns. You can just write different organisms, like you can paraphrase. Don't write pronouns without some link to the previous sentence. Otherwise, you won't get good marks. So let's say you want to write an answer. Bioluminescence. By the way, time is over. So in the real exam, make sure you click the submit button before your time is up. If you have written an answer and if your time is up and if you don't click submit, maybe your answer might get submitted, but there is a chance that your entire answer might not be submitted and you might get a 0. PTE has purposely not mentioned anywhere what will happen if you don't submit your answer. Nobody knows. Everybody is making assumptions. I don't want to assume. I don't know. So my suggestion is always keep an eye on the time. Before 10 seconds, click next to be safe, to make sure that your answer is submitted. Ideally, try to finish your answer in 6 to 7 minutes. In the last 1 minute, don't touch your answer. Just check continuously for spelling mistakes and make sure that your maximum word limit is 75 words. If you write one more word, you will be penalized because your form, FORM, is not as per the instruction in the PTE guideline. Let's do one quickly. Very important, led to significant breakthrough, offering the potential. This sentence is important. Let's try to write it. Recent research has led to a significant breakthrough in solar cell. So you can paraphrase it, has created or has led to means resulted in a significant means what? Major breakthrough in solar cell technology, offering the potential to revolutionize the way we harness and utilize solar energy, improving the way we utilize solar energy. So I have paraphrased it a bit, changed a few words in my own style. You can also do that. You put a comma or a semicolon, both are accepted. Moreover, comma. You can also use furthermore. Any connector is fine when you're adding. And when you want to change the tone, you use however. This means that. Do you see this sentence? Yes or no? Yes. Research claims that. Scientists have found out that. This means that. Important sentence. Use it in your answer. Moreover, the word after that, the part after that is really important. solar panels. Incorporating means using this or okay, we can write this because we have included the name of the technology, solar technology. So you can write this because there is a reference in the previous sentence. Otherwise, you should not use words like this, these. So this technology can reduce cost, comma, making solar energy more affordable and accessible to, now here it says to a broader range of people. So you can just write to a lot of people. How many words have we written so far? 40. What is the maximum word limit? 75. Can you write more? Yes, you can. Comma, and lastly. Now I'm going to write my conclusion. I don't want to write a very lengthy answer. There is no ideal word limit, but try to keep your answer anywhere between 35 to 75 words. Anything between 35 to 75 is a good answer, depending on the length of the passage and depending on what is important. This breakthrough in solar technology not only holds promise, means not only is it beneficial for a more sustainable future, but also highlights the ongoing advancements in renewable energy. As researchers continue to refine and scale up, I don't know what this word is, perovskite solar cell production, we may soon find a significant increase in the adoption of solar energy as a clean and efficient power source. And lastly, as researchers continue to refine, I am not sure about this word, so I'm just going to skip it because I don't want to take a chance in writing a spelling I'm not sure about. It seems to be important because it is repeated 2 times. Can you guys see it? Yes or no? I think you can, right? Once, twice. So it seems to be important. So let's write it. Let's take a chance and let's write it down. As researchers continue to refine perovskite solar cell production, comma, we may soon see, now instead of writing a significant increase, you can just write we may soon see a rise in the adoption means usage of solar energy as a clean. Now you cannot write clean without a. Don't remove articles before words. Consider what it will do to your writing score if you make grammatical mistakes. So randomly, just to, let's say your answer is 76 words. Now you want to make it 75 words. You cannot remove articles left, right, and center. You need to think, use your common sense, because grammar, if it goes down, is going to pull down your writing score big time. So be careful. Okay. So this is around 70 words. Now, do you have time left? Yes, you still have 4 minutes and 32 seconds left. Is this answer good? It's excellent. What will you do now? Just check it. Now, in the first sentence, I had done some paraphrasing, right? Over here, it said offering. Do you see the comma before offering? Yes or no? Do you see the comma? Yes, you do. What did I write instead of offering? I wrote improving. Whenever a verb is in the middle of the sentence, and if it's a new phrase, it is compulsory to put a comma. Again, I'm saying whenever there is a verb in the ing form, in the continuous form, in the middle of a sentence, it is important and compulsory to put a comma. If you don't put the comma, you will lose points. If I wouldn't have checked my answer and just submitted my answer, I would have lost points in writing, in grammar, in punctuation. So it's very important to check your answer with a clear head. Again, I'm saying before moreover, you can put a semicolon, you can also put a comma, both are accepted. What have I written over here? Solar panel. Is it correct or incorrect? It is incorrect. Why? Because it is a countable noun. So ideally it should be plural. Solar panels. Again, you see making, it's a verb in the ing form. So before that, what did I put? I put a comma. But ideally, if I write the sentence like this, it's an incomplete sentence grammatically. So instead of making, I should just remove the comma and I should write make. Now it is grammatically correct. 1 second. So I'm just checking my answer one last time. Now here, if you read this sentence, solar panels using this technology can reduce cost, make solar energy. It is not sounding correct. So you can also add additional conjunctions like and. Because it's in continuation with the previous sentence, you do not need to put a comma with before and. If it's a new phrase, then you put a comma before and make solar energy more affordable and accessible to a lot of people. And lastly, as researchers continue to refine perovskite solar production, comma, why do we need the comma over here? Because this phrase starts with as. Whenever something starts with as, there are always two parts. So you need a comma. As something happens, comma, we may soon see a rise in the usage of solar energy as a clean and efficient power source. How many words have we written? 71. Good enough for full marks in both reading and writing. It's an excellent answer in my honest opinion.
Sir, I'm confused with the and when we put a comma before and sometimes we don't. Like how do
I
I
will explain.
differentiate?
I will explain.
Thank you.
This is fine. It says that before, I mean, after people, you can just put a semicolon and remove and just write semicolon lastly. Even here, I think it says semicolon. But as I said, both are accepted. And I think here it might be saying costs. Yeah, that's right. It should be costs, not cost. But more or less, it's an excellent answer. And as I said, you will get pretty high marks. Now coming to the question which the student asked, when should we put a comma before and when should we not put a comma before and? Jack loves to play music and John loves to dance. Are we talking of the same person or different people?
Different.
Different. If the phrases and clauses are of two different unconnected things, you must put a comma. Jack loves to play music and likes to dance in his free time. Now, we are talking about the same idea, Jack, the same entity, Jack. So we do not put a comma before and. This is the rule. Simple.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Welcome. All right, let's move on to the next task because it's more important. And the next task is write essay. Now, essays are of different kinds, like agree, disagree essay, opinion essay, problem solution essay, cause and effect essay. You don't need to worry. Any essay you get, you can use my template. Guaranteed, you will get full marks if you use the template in the correct way. If you use complex and compound sentences in the way I explained today, you will get full marks. And there are two more ifs. If you use academic vocabulary, if you use academic collocation in your answer. There is the PTE collocation list. We will also be adding it under study material very soon, but it is available online. You just have to search PTE collocation list. Search this on Google, you will get it. If you click on the answer button in any essay on Mockmaster AI, you will see the sample answer. The sample answer will have a lot of phrasal vocabulary and academic vocabulary. For example, holds immense potential in excellent vocabulary. The rapid advancement of collocation, the automation of may result in, rely heavily on. Critical issue is the lack of. Such as by providing, must be put in place to ensure that. This is the kind of vocabulary which we need to use in essay writing. We don't need fancy vocabulary. We need academic vocabulary. Academic vocabulary is generally not fancy. It is like this. Also, hopefully by this weekend, I have created a list of 40 most important essays, which have a very high chance of coming in the real exam, 40. That also I will be adding under study material. And the revised set or the description of templates, I will also be adding in the portal very soon, hopefully by Monday. Whatever changes I'm discussing today are very important. So please, now onwards, don't ask me, can I follow the old template? Can I do that? You can do whatever you want to do, but my suggestion is follow whatever I'm saying in class today. Please follow if possible. Don't ask me again and again. I can guide you. I can't force you. Okay. Whatever is old was working back then. Whatever is new will work for years to come. Follow the new things with minor changes. There are not major changes, just minor changes. But minor changes will result in major improvements in your score. That I can guarantee. Okay. Now, so this is where I will be adding the list of 40 new essays very soon. Okay. You can have a look at it once it's added. Now let's continue. We still have about 1.5 hours of class remaining. So at least. So if you want to leave, you can leave. If you want to stay back, you can stay back. I'm going to finish everything. I'm not going to stop. Okay, let's continue. Now let's go to essay writing. That's what we were discussing. I'll show how to use the template. Now any essay which you have, one minute, please. I'm trying to find a longer topic sentence actually. Like All of these are important questions. All of these are real test questions, but I'm trying to find a longer topic sentence actually. Huh. Okay, let's do this, okay? So first, I'll show the template, which you all must follow. It has long been a subject of discussion that this is where you fit the topic sentences in the same sequence as they are mentioned. If it's a question, you have to convert it into a statement. In my opinion, the given notion has several elements that deserve attention, comma, and I will explain why using pertinent arguments. If there is a special additional question at the end, like what are the reasons? What are the advantages and disadvantages? What are the solutions to this problem? You need to add that as well at the end. For example, the advantages and disadvantages of whatever the topic you write over here will be addressed in the following paragraphs. After will be, the third form of the verb is used. This is the modal past, the modal passive voice of the form. So it will be in the third form of the verb addressed, ed. So if it's a problem solution you write, the solution for whatever the topic will be addressed in the following paragraphs. Done. After you finish the first paragraph, you press enter only once and you start from the new line. You don't have to press enter 2 times, just once. On the one hand, comma, proponents claim that because of, you will write something. You have to write the word because of over here. That makes the sentence complex. After because, you're writing the first half of the sentence. So you put a comma and then you continue. Now you write the second sentence. For example, comma, according to a recent survey, conducted in Australia, it is evident that 70%, you can write the symbol, you can also write in words, both are accepted. 70% of Australians tend to, and then finish the sentence. I mean, write a sentence, put a comma, and you continue, which, and then you again continue. I'll explain how. The third sentence, in a nutshell, it can be concluded that with something, and you continue. For example, I'll show you. Enter paragraph number 2. On the other hand, many opponents argue that since sentence, you write, put a comma, write some more. I'll explain. To illustrate, in the first paragraph we wrote, for example. Here we write, to illustrate. In accordance with. In the first paragraph, you write according to. In the second paragraph, you write in accordance with. Recent academic research carried out by Stanford University, S and U capital, because it's the name. Don't write the before Stanford. Comma, although, sentence, comma, sentence, full stop. Hence, comma, I am inclined to argue in FAVOR. That is American English. You can write FAVOUR also. Both American and British English, both are accepted by PTE. But in any one task, try to stick to any one form of spelling systems. By mistake, if you write both American and British in the same answer, it's still okay. You will not be penalized. But if possible, try to stick to only one, either American or British in one answer. Of my stated stance that, write something related to the topic. Whatever you are in favor of, you write it over here. Full stop. However, you can also write moreover. You can also write however. Dash and dash are also important to take into account. Enter. Conclusion from what has been discussed above, comma. It is clear that the benefits of the given topic significantly outweigh the drawbacks. If there are more drawbacks, if it's a negative topic, like let's say, is smoking injurious to health? That's a negative topic. So then you write the drawbacks outweigh the benefits, okay? Lastly, in my opinion, wherever I put a comma, you will have to put a comma. Please remember that. After lastly, after the word opinion, in the first sentence, after attention, wherever I put a comma, you have to put a comma. Just remember it like that, please. It would be wise to say that. And you can repeat the topic sentence again. You can keep it the same. You may also paraphrase. 1 minute, please. So this is the template, okay? It is the same as before, but such words because of, since, and, although, in accordance with, tend to, over here, which, all these words, and over here with, all these words will give you a very high score because the sentences will be complex. Now let's fill in the gaps. It has long been a subject of discussion that whatever it is, you can write it as it is. If you wish to paraphrase, you can, otherwise keep it the same. But please remember the first word, you have to start with a small letter because it's in the middle of the sentence. It has long been a subject of discussion that some people, 1 minute please. It has long been a subject of discussion that some people are attracted to dangerous sports or other dangerous activities. In my opinion, the given notion, okay, before that, you have to write everything in the same sequence in this part itself. Why do you think people like them? People, if it's a question, you have to convert it into a statement. You cannot write a question mark in your essay answer. I mean, you can, but ideally you shouldn't. So people like them due to multifarious reasons. Multifarious means various. In my opinion, the given notion, blah, 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 and I will explain why using pertinent arguments, the advantages and the disadvantages of indulging in. Indulging means participating in. Now, instead of writing dangerous, I'm writing adventurous. Activities means events will be addressed in the following paragraphs. On the one hand, proponents claim that because of, after of, whenever you use a verb, it should be in the ing form. Proponents claim that because of, again I'm saying, if you use a verb, in which form will it be? ing, continuous. Because of participating in adventurous sports, comma, they get an adrenaline rush. You mean like they are pumped up. Their energy levels go up. They get an adrenaline rush. For example, according to a recent survey conducted in Australia, it is evident that 70% of Australians tend to explore after to. Whenever you have a verb, it is in the first form. You cannot write ing after tend to. Tend to explore parks for recreation, comma, which boost their energy levels. In a nutshell, it can be concluded that with the with their participation in such outdoor activities, comma, people bond well with their families. So one paragraph you wrote positive. Now, the second paragraph, on the other hand, opponents. So the first is proponents claiming, means people who are in favor. The second paragraph, people who are not in favor, like opponents, argue that since outdoor sports includes many risks, comma, utmost care must be taken while participating in these. After the full stop, you have to leave one space. To illustrate, in accordance with recent research carried out by Stanford University, although many Americans took part in paragliding events, comma, there was a significant rise in accidental fatalities. Fatalities means what? Deaths. Hence, I'm inclined to argue in favor of my stated stance that people should be aware of the consequences. Consequences means effects of indulging in adventure sports. However, personal freedom and choices of people are also important to take into account. So here, instead of writing one word, you try to write a small noun phrase of 2, 3 words, which makes better sense to the software. Okay. From what has been discussed above, it is clear that the benefits of the given topic significantly outweigh the drawbacks. Lastly, in my opinion, it would be wise to say that while adventure sports give people a thrill, comma, people are still attracted. Now I'm writing the same sentence from here. So I started with while. Whenever you start with while, you need to put a comma. People are still attracted to dangerous sports or other activities, other such activities, comma. And now I'm just trying to give a brief answer. Why do you think people like them? They still like them as they get an escape from their routine lives. Or you can also write routine and mundane. Mundane also means like very dull, boring lives. So if you write like this, even if you don't write the advanced vocabulary which I have used, like mundane and some other words which I have used, even if you don't write that, you will still get a pretty high score just because of this structure. Because of words like because of, with, which, all these are words which make the sentence complex. Sentence is complex. So ideally, try to keep your answer less than 285 words, maximum 280, 285. And you must have enough time to check your answer for mistakes also. Otherwise, if your luck is not that great, you might have made 1 or 2 spelling mistakes and you will lose points in writing. Now, like coherence and your linguistic range is very important to get a high score in writing. And as I said, Write Essay will contribute roughly 24 to 25 points out of 90. Just imagine. So if you have good content, good structure, good vocabulary, the way I'm teaching, you will get full marks. Even the structure, if it's good, you will get full marks. So we are out of time. Let me just submit it. Generally, it will take about 30 to 35 seconds for the answer to get submitted. I can see some spelling mistakes which I have made. In fact, in the year I've forgotten the arrow, and here I've written the wrong spelling for people. So we need to be very careful. It's still processing, but I'm going to submit it again. So here you can see the score is 13.5, but if I, let's say, submit it again, okay, let me submit it. So now you can see the score has increased a bit to 14. Here it should be boosts. So I've made a mistake in the subject verb agreement and sports. So it should be include. And here it is saying it's better if you put a semicolon after that because it's a new sentence. So my bad. So if I take these suggestions into account and I write it again, boosts and include, because plural form of the verb, of the noun, sorry. So the subject should also be plural without S. Subject verb agreement rules. And finally, this is a new sentence. So either you can put a semicolon or you can just write and. And because we are talking about the same thing, people, so you can put an and without a comma because we are continuing on the same idea as I explained in summarized written text.
And so also similar for as also we put comma. So is it same?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So as per the new PT score guide, you'll be getting marks out of, I think, 25 or 26 points. Right now it is out of 15 points. Points means like as per the score guide. I'm not talking about the actual contribution. The actual contribution is going to be pretty high. It's going to be around 25 marks out of 90. But what I'm talking is this score. Like right now, if you add all these points, content, form, grammar, spelling, vocabulary, linguistic range, they've increased all these points. Like content is now out of 6 points. Linguistic range is out of 6 points. Development structure and coherence is out of 6 points. So 18 points there, and probably 2 plus 2 plus 2. So 18 and 6, 24. So now the new essay markings, very soon we will also be changing on Mock Master. Those will be out of 24. But still, the structure which I've explained is a very easy structure, and 100%, if you use it, you will get a pretty high score, a very high score. Okay. Like this structure, if you use it, 100%, you will get a very high score in linguistic range and coherence. So that is very, very useful. Now, let's proceed to reading. We are done with writing. Let's proceed to reading.
Hi, Malcolm. For 66 score, how much score should be in writing an essay?
As per the old parameters, 11 out of 15. As per the new parameters, at least 22 or 23 out of 21 or 22 out of 24.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mainly focus on spelling, grammar, and typing. If there are more than 2 spelling mistakes, you will get a 0 in spelling out of 2 points. If there are more than 2 grammatical mistakes, you will get 0 out of 2 in grammar in the essay. So 2 points plus 2 points, 4 points, you might instantly lose out of 24 points as per the new points table if there are more than 2 spelling and more than 2 grammatical errors. And that will also reduce the actual writing score. So yeah, that's how it's going to be.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Now let's go to reading. In the reading pattern, there are no changes. It is still the same 5 tasks. So first, let me explain about reading writing blanks and then about reading blanks. Then I will go to reorder paragraphs, and then I will quickly go and get done with both multiple choice tasks. Now, out of these 2 tasks, reading, writing, fill in the blanks, which are these, and reading, fill in the blanks, which are drag and drop. The description here is incorrect. Like from the drop-down menus, this description will actually come over here, and vice versa. I'll get it changed. But basically, both of these are really important. The most important 2 tasks for the reading score to be proficient, which is a band 7, or superior, which is a band 8. Now, there are some rules for grammar. Those rules are already there under study material. Those of you who are already having the paid subscription to the classes and also to the portal, you can already have it. If you don't, you can message me later and I can help you with it. I will also be covering some grammar rules today. You can note them down if you wish to. And generally every Friday we do a reading class in which I explain all the grammar rules every time whenever we solve blanks. Those of you who have been attending classes with me would already be knowing about that. If not, you can attend in the future and you can figure out. Now, coming to both the blanks, reading, writing, and reading. The scoring is very simple. Firstly, there is no negative marking. Again, I'm repeating, there is no negative marking. You get +1 point if your answer is correct. You get 0 if it's wrong. Since there is no negative marking anywhere, even if you're not sure, attempt it. Try your luck. Sometimes the passages are short, sometimes they are very lengthy. What you should be good at is collocation, subject-verb agreement, and understanding basic grammar rules, and obviously vocabulary. All these things matter. Sometimes the passages are short, sometimes they are very lengthy. Lengthy passages don't mean that they are difficult. Secondly, before you click on the arrow to see the 4 options in the drop-down menu, try to guess the answer on your own. That is the best way to solve fill in the blanks. It is hard in the beginning, but if you follow the process, before you click, you think, you will see that you will see an increase in your accuracy. Initially, you will need more time, but the more and more you practice this way, you will need less time and your accuracy will also go up 100%. Quickly, try to skim and scan the main words. What are we talking about? Pollution. What is it? Major global concern. Now, the rule of subject-verb agreement is very important. So let me show it to you over here. Subject-verb agreement. This is the most important grammar rule you will ever learn in your life. So please understand it properly. Whenever the noun means thing, place, person, name, and a pronoun. It could be a noun. Pronoun means he, she, it, this, these, those. Something which refers to a noun is called a pronoun. Whenever the noun is singular, the verb which follows is also a singular verb. That is the rule. And whenever the noun or pronoun is plural, plural means more than one, singular means one, the verb will also be plural. This is the rule, okay? Example. He sits on the bench. He means one person, singular. So the verb will also be singular. And singular verbs end with S. Another example. They sit on the bench. Why do we write sit? Because they. They means plural. Plural noun or plural pronoun will be followed by a plural verb. And plural verbs do not end with S. So in short, this is the rule. Follow it for every blank. You will never make mistakes. This is the basic rule. Understand this rule. It's very, very important. Let's solve this question. The burning of fossil fuels and industrial activities release. Now release is without S. So it is a singular activity. So after that, I'm sorry, it's a plural activity without S means. So after that, the noun will also be plural. By noun, I mean gases. But here, we have to describe the gases. And obviously, the passage is about air pollution. Now, fossil fuels. So obviously, it should be harmful. It makes more sense. These pollutants, plural, contribute to climate change and increase the risk of dash diseases. Which diseases are happening because of such gases? Recurring or chronic. Chronic means extremely serious, like cancer, tuberculosis, which lead to death. But because it's about air pollution, it's about breathing. Breathing means respiratory system, lung, nose, those are all organs in our system. To combat this issue, combat means to fight or to tackle. Governments are promoting the use of dash energy resources. Which energy resources will governments use? Common sense. They'll try to use renewable resources because all of these, like fossil fuels, are non-renewable. You cannot renew them. So you need cleaner resources like solar and wind energy, and which is already given over here. Individuals can also contribute by using public transport and dash waste properly. What do you want to do with waste? You want to dispose, means get rid of waste properly. in an energy efficient manner. So what will the answer be? In the ing form, disposing waste properly. So basically, your aim is to get at least 3 out of 4 correct. Whether your aim is to get proficient, like 7 each, or superior, like 8 each, or even lesser, like 6 each, you still need at least 50% correct. Minimum, ideally, 80% correct. 80% accuracy consistently will lead you to get a band 8 score, which is 70 approximately in reading as per the new PTE, like Department of Home Affairs Australia guidelines for PTE Academic. The same tasks which you're doing, almost the same tasks, also come in PTE Core, which is for Canada. As of now, there are no changes in the score requirement by the Canadian government. Just letting you know. Next. Water is a dash resource that is essential for life. Water is A. Now, after A, you need a word which doesn't start with A, E, I, O, U. If the word has a sound which starts with A, E, I, O, U, then you need an. A means the following word will start with a consonant sound, which is not a vowel. So probably water is a finite. Finite means limited, something like that. Or what can the answer be? Probably precious. Why precious? Because it's important for life. Without it, you cannot live. So precious. My tip in reading and writing fill in the blanks and reading blanks is, if you are stuck up somewhere, don't doubt yourself. Don't doubt the process. Think casually, think calmly, choose one answer, move on. The answer which you think generally first will be the correct answer. The answer which you choose the second time, if you overthink, will be the wrong answer. You might also have experienced the same, which I'm telling you. So first, click, 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 click. If you're stuck up in the beginning, forget it, move on, solve from the end. Again, I'm saying if the passage is very lengthy, if you're not making a head through or a breakthrough, forget it. Start from the bottom and then come to the top. Don't waste time. Okay. However means change in tone. Many regions are facing severe dash due to excessive consumption and climate change. What are regions facing? If there is no water, what will happen? Droughts. You know what's a drought? It's a spell without rain and without water. That's called a drought. Governments and environmental organizations are encouraging people to adopt dash methods such as rainwater harvesting and efficient irrigation techniques. Which methods? Adopt time-saving methods, conservation methods. You see the word conservation? To conserve means to save, to preserve. So before you click, use your brain. Guess the answer. Guessing is like homework. It helps you be prepared when you see the options. Every individual has a responsibility to use water dash to ensure its availability for future generations. Now this word is describing the word use. Do you know which part of speech is use? Use, is it a noun or is it a verb? What is in this context? What is use? It is a verb. And something which describes a verb as a part of speech is called an adverb. And adverbs generally end with the letters ly. So there's a very high chance that this word is going to end with ly. Use water judiciously, something like that. So the best answer is what? Wisely. Because you want to conserve water. Now, after you click the options, then quickly read the passages. Water is a precious resource. Yes. However, tone changing. Many regions are facing severe droughts due to excessive consumption. Yes, makes sense. Encouraging is a positive word. So this also has to be positive. The tone of the sentence matters a lot. Positive, positive, negative, negative. So encouraging is positive. Water conservation is positive. Responsibility, again positive. So how should you use water? Wisely. Are the answers correct? Yes, they seem to be correct. So yes, they are correct. So this is the approach we have to employ when we use solve fill in the blanks, both reading and reading writing. 1 second, please. Okay, let's continue. Now let's go to the other types of blanks. Which are the other types of blanks? The drag and drop blanks, the reading fill in the blanks. Okay. Now, when we talk about reading fill in the blanks, we have to drag and drop. Now, again, main thing is quickly scan and always look at the words before and after in both the blanks. In dash, after in, if you have a verb, this is a grammar rule. After a preposition, like preposition means words like in, on, off, for, by. After such words, if you have a blank and if it is a verb, they always end in ing. Learning a new language helps in dash cultural awareness. Do you see any word ending with ing? Improving. That is a collocation. So what am I trying to teach you guys here is you don't always have to solve blanks from top to bottom. You have to use common sense, be quick, because time management is the key in getting a very high score with accuracy in the reading test of PTE. Learning a second language has many dash benefits. Many dash benefits. Many. Now, benefits is the noun. Many means more than one. So benefits is plural. Now you need an adjective to describe the word benefits. Probably because it improves cognitive skills, the answer could be cognitive. It can also be memory based, but it doesn't sound correct. It enhances dash abilities. It could be communicative or analytical. But the word analytical fits well with which task?
Monolingual.
Studies show that bilingual individuals perform better in dash tasks compared to monolingual. Bilingual means people who can speak two languages. Monolingual means people who can speak one language. So here, the word abilities is generally used with communication. And the word tasks, it could be analytical tasks as well. It could also be memory-based tasks. So now both words can fit. Memory-based and analytical. It can also be mathematical, but there is no actual connection shown in the passage to mathematics. So we have to choose one of these two, analytical and memory-based. So we can choose any of the two. Then it's all about luck. You try your best, but don't overthink, because overthinking kills time. And per question, we should take approximately maximum 2 minutes, not more. 2 to 2.5. Fill in the blanks are most important. Multiple choice questions are not that important. So here, this is the right answer, luckily. Let's do one more. Now here, what is the passage about? Urbanization. It has improved dash by providing better health care. What has it improved? Probably quality of life. However means positive or negative? It means negative. There is a change in tone. It has also increased dash levels due to industrial activities. Which levels? Urbanization. Pollution. Why pollution? Because industrial activities and transportation lead to pollution. Additionally, the demand for housing has caused dash expansion. So now you need a word which is a collocation with the word expansion. Which expansion? Rapid. Rapid means very fast. After a blank, if you have a comma as I explained in Write Essay and Summarize Written Text, you generally need a verb ending with ing, leading to. That is also a preposition-based collocation. Governments must implement dash strategies to balance development. Which strategies do governments need? Sustainable. Sustainable means long term, to sustain. Now read the passage. Improve quality of life. It is a phrasal usage, so it is correct. Increase pollution levels. That is also correct because of industrial activities. Rapid growth and rapid expansion are collocations. That is also correct. Implement sustainable strategies to balance something. Sustainable means long time sustenance. So that is also correct. So this is how you solve blanks quickly as well as accurately. Okay. Now, coming to some rules of grammar, very important. They are already given under study material if you have the paid subscription or if you are already like taking classes, but still, I'll just write them on the sheet on the screen for you. Now,
So can't we download the grammar rules from the website?
unfortunately, you can't. You can take a screenshot if that helps and later print it out.
Okay.
Thank you. The first grammar rule is after to. So in a sentence, anywhere if you have to, and after that, if you have a verb, it will be in the first form. First form means no ed, no s, no es, no ing. For example, to eat. You can't write to eating. But there is an exception to this rule. An exception means a corollary. And the exception is sometimes after to, you can have a noun ending with ing. That noun is called a gerund. For example, I look forward to hearing from you soon. That is called a gerund. But 90% chance that after to, you will have a verb in the first form. No ed, no ing. Verb means an action. The next rule is after has, after has, have, had. If you have a blank, generally it will be in the third form if it is in the active voice. And the other rule is after has, have, had, it will be verb, there will be been, then it can be V3 or verb plus ing form if it is in the passive voice. Passive voice is always with been. And the same rule is instead of has, have, had, is after is, was, are, were. If it is being. So been, the word been is used with has, have, had. And with is, was, are, were, we always use being. So here again you can have V3 or V plus ing. Third form, you know what is the third form of the verb, right? Third form means verb ending with ed, en or t. So let me write over here. What is the third form? V3 means verb plus ed, en or t. For example, cooked, cooking, caught, loosen. Verbs ending with ed, en or t. And ing means continuous form. 6. If you have a blank, which is before a preposition, Preposition means to, in, of, for, by. Generally, if it is a verb, then it will be V3. Not always, but generally. And the next rule is similar. If you have a blank after a preposition, it will be, and if it's a verb, 100%, it will be verb plus ing form, 100%. So after of, for, by, if it is a verb, it will be verb plus ing. The next rule is, if the blank is in the beginning of the sentence, and if you have a comma after the blank, it is mostly going to be a connector. What are connectors? Moreover, however, furthermore, such words. These are called connectors. The other rule is, if the blank is in the beginning of a sentence, but there is no comma, the comma is somewhere later in the sentence, then mostly it's going to be an adverb. So it can be words like although, because of, instead of, in spite of, despite, since, with, as. So if the comma is in the beginning, immediately after the blank, it's mostly a connector. The other connector examples are hence, therefore, thus. Moreover is like continuation, however is change of tone. One more example is additionally. The next rule is, if there is a sentence, if there is a comma in the middle of the sentence, and the blank is after the comma, there is a very high chance, if it is a verb, which form will it be in? ing. Remember, continuous form. Saying that, meaning that, claiming that, leading to, all these words. So most of the rules I have covered, and I have also covered a very, very important rule of subject verb agreement. That is the most important rule when you solve reading and reading, writing, fill in the blanks. Also, we need to understand what are parts of speech. There are 8 parts of speech. One is a noun. Noun means place, person, thing. Second is a pronoun, means something which substitutes a noun. He, she, it, this, these, those, they, him, her. Then we have verb. Verb means action. Eat, sleep, drink, cut. Next is adverb. Anything which describes a verb is an adverb. And many times adverbs end with ly, like he ran quickly or she ran quickly. Now, quickly is describing the word or describing the action of running. So it will end with ly. That is an adverb, but not always. Even words like although are adverbs. They don't end with ly. The next is an adjective. Anything which describes a noun is an adjective. For example, she is a smart student. So she is a pronoun. Is a helping verb. A is an article. A and the. There are only 3 articles in English. A and the. Student is a singular noun, countable. How is a student? Smart. So smart is the adjective. Okay.
The next part of speech is a preposition. Preposition I already explained: in, on, of, for, by, over, under. Anything which shows the position, like location of something, is a preposition. Okay. The next part of speech is a conjunction. Conjunction means and, because, or. Those are called conjunctions. And the last part of speech is an interjection. Interjection means something which shows an emotion. So, sometimes you have words like, oh. Oh means surprise. Oh means what? Love, care, emotion. Alas. Alas means what? Sadness. Like we lost the match. So generally, an interjection is followed by an exclamation mark. To solve fill in the blanks in PT, you need to be good at vocabulary. You need to be good at collocation, means co-located words. You need to understand preposition-based blanks. You need to understand the tenses like simple present, simple past, simple continuous, past perfect, present perfect, future, future perfect. All those things we generally cover in our reading classes every Friday when we discuss the fill in the blanks. So that is all about fill in the blanks. So mainly understand the tone, understand the tense, use your common sense. Always keep an eye on the overall timer in the reading part because the timer will keep on ticking. And yeah, if you're not able to solve from the top, solve from the bottom. Now, let's go to the next task. The next important task is reorder paragraphs. How many questions will you get? You will get either 2 or 3 questions. Now, first quickly understand the scoring criteria. PT says you will get 1 point for every adjacent pair which is correct. Pair means what? Two sentences which are correct. That is called adjacent. Adjacent means what? Next to each other, side by side, connected sentences. So let's say if there are 4 paragraphs, 1, 2, 3, 4, and if your answer is also 1, 2, 3, 4, how many pairs are correct? 1, 2, 2, 3, and 3, 4. So 3 pairs are correct. So 3 pairs means you will get 3 points. If the answer is 1, 2, 3, 4, and your answer is 3, 4, 1, 2, how many points will you get? How many pairs are correct? 3, 4, that is 1 correct pair, and 1, 2. You cannot count 4, 1, not cyclic pairs, only normal pairs. So how many points will you get now? 2 points. So this is the point system. So in short, the scoring is very simple. If there are n paragraphs, and if all are in the correct sequence, the maximum points you can get is how many? N minus 1. That is the maximum number of points. So there are 2 questions. The first question has 4 paragraphs, you will get 3 points. If the second question has 4 paragraphs, and if all are correct, again you will get 3 points. N minus 1. So 4 plus 4 paragraphs, 3 plus 3 points. So total you will get 6 points from 2 questions. That is the scoring logic in this task, reorder paragraphs. Now, what is the best approach to solve reorder paragraphs quickly and accurately? First approach is called the funnel approach. You know what is a funnel? A funnel is a tool which we use to pour water or oil in a bottle. So that's called a funnel. Why is it called the funnel approach? Because of the shape of the funnel. This is how the shape of a funnel is. So at the top, the funnel is how? It is very broad. So you always start with a broad general statement. And how is the bottom of the funnel? It is narrow. So the conclusion or specific statements come at the bottom. The broad generic statement comes at the top. And in between, what do you have? You have explanation or examples, which are your supporting statements. This is the broad philosophy to solve reorder paragraphs.
Now, coming to the tips and tricks, how to solve quickly, because we don't have much time in the exam. We have to be quick and accurate. So the approach is the funnel approach. And now some basic tips. First, as I said, look for the broad statement. What will that be? It will be your introduction. Number 2, look for the conclusion connector if it is given, concluding statement. If you can find it. It's not that every time you will follow it, but sometimes you can find it. What will that be? It will be your conclusion. So you can quickly put something at the top, at the bottom. Number 3, never try to form the entire story. Never. So never try to form everything from top to bottom. Instead, what should you do? What will give you points? Always remember, what will give you points? Focus on pair formation quickly. That is the trick. How to form pairs? Simple. The main point which will help you in forming pairs is look out for repeated words. Words which are repeating again and again generally form pairs, like the bridge, a bridge, the king, a king, King Jamie, King James, king, 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 generally together. I'll also explain how to form those pairs very quickly. Now, look out for articles. That is another thing. Articles means what? A and the. There are only 3 articles in English. So if there are 3 sentences like this, let's say A, which says King James. Then there is B, which says something like the king. And there is another sentence C, which says, let's say, a king. Always remember, how does a story start? A story starts in a general way. And a means generic, general. The means specific. And you always name the link, you always link the name to something which is generic. For example, the correct sequence will be C, A, B. I will tell you a story about a king, C. His name was King James. Who is James? He is a king. The king is very old now. Who is the king? James is the king. And now he is very old. So the correct sequence will be CAB. Another rule is link nouns with pronouns. Like, he is old. Who is he? James. So always link the pronoun with the thing or the name. And the last is a similar logic, which is chronology. Chronology means, logy means study, and chronos means time in Greek. So chronology means the timeline. So try to find a timeline, like what happened in 1950, what happened in after that, probably in 1960, and so on. It is not always compulsory that it will always be in the timeline, but generally it will be. So these are the main rules. And last thing, whenever you find a sentence which has an example or a connector in the beginning of your sentence in reorder paragraphs, generally it will come in the middle of your answer, like in position 2 or position 3. That is how your brain should function when you solve reorder paragraphs quickly. And as I said, always focus on pair formation. Like if you have 2 pairs quickly, then you just have to decide which block we will fit on which block. How much time should you take per question? In my opinion, anywhere between 1.5 to maximum 2 to 2.5 minutes. Because this task will come in position number 3. And the task after this is reading fill in the blanks, which is drag and drop fill in the blanks, which is really, really important. You can't afford to make mistakes in fill in the blanks if you're looking for a superior score, like 69 or 70 going forward in reading. Now let me go to my screen again. Now let me go to reorder paragraphs. So let me go to the question. Now you see a question over here. First, quickly see which words are repeating, and also at the same time, see which can be the introduction. Now, this first sentence starts with today. Today means more at the bottom, now. Many of us are familiar with 3 broad categories in which people learn. So this is more like a general statement. So this seems to be like what? Your introduction. 1 minute, please. So as I explained, today is more like somewhere later. 3 broad categories means what? Something like the introduction. Can you see this word over here? These 3 categories. Instantly, what are these categories? Which categories are we talking about?
Visual, auditory, and kinesthetic.
So these 3 is a link with this. So can you create one pair? Yes, easily. 2 and 3 is a pair. 1 point secured. Many theories. Now you have to always look out for pronouns and nouns. You see among them, what is them referring to? Theories. You can see, right? Among them is the theory. The means what? Specific. And here what are we talking about? General, many. So after 3, what will come? 5. After 5, and you can see the theory of multiple intelligence is developed by Howard Gardner. You can see a name. What will come first? Only the second name or the full name? Obviously, full name. My name is Malcolm Kalwachwala. Malcolm is a teacher. So after 5, first full name, then one part of the name. And today means what? Conclusion. So 2, 3, 5, 4, 1. Done. You don't have to understand the entire passage. That is a mistake people do. You have to be quick at picking up the link, the hints in the passage, So 2, 3, 5, 4, 1. Submit. So my answer is this, and my score is 4. If you get 5 paragraphs, all are correct, you get 5 minus 1, maximum 4 points. So this should be your approach. Okay. Let's do one more. Now you can see, obviously, your story will not start with in response, because it is in response to some activity which has already been carried out in the past. It will not start with moreover. Where will moreover fit? Somewhere in the middle. You remember the funnel approach, yeah? So it will fit somewhere in the middle. Consequently means what? Later on. Where will it fit? Final, conclusion, as a result, consequence. Consequence means result. Result always comes at the end. End means conclusion. Which is a broad statement. Number 4. Food wastage is a growing global issue. Global means what? Broad issue. So 4 starts your answer. After that, middle. Moreover, generally, number 2. Much of the food produced is never consumed. In response to what? Food which is not consumed. What is being done? Efforts are increasing to reduce food wastage. So 4 to 1. And finally, consequently. Did I even read the sentences? I did not even read the sentences. But still, my guess is, I think I'm correct. So the answer should be 4 to 1, 3. What is the answer? Let's find out. The answer is 4 to 1, 3. This is the best approach. Don't try to understand everything. Don't try to solve the story. It is a puzzle. How will you solve it quickly? By solving the individual links in the puzzle, pairs. So this is reorder paragraphs. Medium important task, approximately 1.5 to 2 minutes per question, depending on the length. Now 2 more tasks left. Which 2? Both multiple choice tasks. Multiple choice task, multiple answer. Multiple choice choose, single answer. Are both the tasks important? Not at all. Are both the tasks useless? Yes, they are useless. Absolutely useless. Why are they there? 2 reasons. One is to check our comprehension skills, and second, probably to waste our time. If we are smart, we should not waste our time. What is the best approach? This task can be a time killer because it comes in the second position. This is first, second, third, fourth, fifth. Always in this sequence it will come. If you are smart, you should not waste your time. How much time should you take per question? For this, maximum 1 minute per question. How many questions will you get? Probably 2 questions. In this, how much time should you take? Whatever time is left. Because in reading, you will get an overall timer of approximately 30 minutes. So probably 30 seconds per question, more than enough. What is the best technique? S and S. What is S and S? Skimming and scanning. Understand the question? Try to find out the main words. That is called skimming and scanning. I'll just take one example each because I need to finish listening, and listening is really important in PT, especially the first task, summarize spoken text, where I'll explain the template. So make sure you stay. You can save this video. It might help you later also. We'll upload it also. So let's go to one question of multiple choice with multiple answer. By the way, this task is very interesting because it has something called partial negative marking. Partial negative marking means +1 for the correct response, -1 for the wrong response. So if you choose 2, 1 is correct, 1 is wrong, you get +1, -1, 0. Game over. Means question finished, forget it. But if you choose only one question and let's say it is wrong, you will not get -1. You will still get 0 because the minimum score is capped at 0. That is a good thing. So there is nothing like overall negative marking in PT. It is always partial negative marking, which is the best thing. Now here, let's skim and scan. My suggestion is don't waste your time. Choose only one correct option. More than one will be correct, but don't waste your time. Choose only one correct option and move on. That is my suggestion always. Because anyway, it's a very low weight task. It will contribute hardly 1.5 to 2 points out of entire 90. And now we don't even need 79 for a band 8 superior score. We just need like 69 or 70 in reading. So no need to stress. Now, skimming and scanning. What is the main question? That is the first thing you have to understand. What can we infer about the passage? Infer means what can we understand from the passage? What are the learnings from this passage? So, skimming and scanning. For that, first you have to understand the main words. Television ad, children purchase one thing. Children will ask for more when they watch more ads. Main word is ads, which will lead to conflict. 2 main keywords. That is scanning. We will first Circle these words in our mind also in the exam, and then try to find those words in the passages, the same sentences. Children watching TV, impact on parents' stress levels. Putting their children in front of TV tends to make themselves happy. Front of TV. Parents can reduce stress. Now, do you see the word add anywhere in the passage? You see the word conflict? Yes? Do you see the word more conflict? More conflict? This option is correct. What should you do? That's it. Select one. If you have more time, if you're good at this task, you can choose multiple also. But if it's wrong, you get +1 for right, -1 for wrong. So eventually you get 0. Why do you want to take a chance and waste your time? Get 1 point, move on. If you select one and if it's right, you still get that 1 point. You don't have to choose all to get the points. You can choose one and you can proceed. So this is my suggestion in this task. Now, if you see the answer, we chose B. So we still got 1 out of 2. And what are the correct answers? The correct answers are B and C. So it's okay. You can get 1 point and move on. Clear? And the last task is multiple choice, choose single answer. So if you go to that task, let's say you go to multiple choice, choose single answer. Multiple choice, choose single answer. Here it is. Now, first understand the question. Where did the largest piece of from B15 eventually go? That is the question. So we have to quickly go through it. What happened? There was some crash maybe in Antarctica. Largest iceberg. You see, largest remaining chunk floated out into the South Pacific where it began to disintegrate. The largest of its species drifted along the coast of Antarctica. Where did the largest chunk go, guys?
South Pacific region.
Remaining chunk floated out into the South Pacific where it began to disintegrate. So the answer should be South Pacific. That should be the correct answer. So don't spend a lot of time. You can be a bit quick and move on. Okay. Now let's go to listening. Listening is the last section in PTE, like the last module. Listening has 8 tasks. Okay. They always come in this sequence and it has 2 parts. Part 1 is the independent task of summarize spoken text. For this task, you will have a timer of 10 minutes. In all timed tasks, whether it's this task or whether it's summarize written text or write essay, if you click next very quickly, the remaining time is not carried forward to the part of the test. So my suggestion is utilize the full time 1 or 2 seconds before your time is up or probably 5 seconds before click submit. Because we don't know that if we don't click submit, whether our answer will be submitted or not. PT has not written anywhere and it hasn't clarified it. So the best practice is submit yourself. You'll get 1 question and then you'll get approximately 20 to 20, maximum 24 minutes for all the remaining 7 tasks. Total, there are 8 tasks in listening. 8. 5 in reading, 2 in writing, and 7 in speaking. So in total, there are 22 tasks. Now, out of these 8 tasks in listening, 4 are most important. Summarize spoken text, extremely important because it's integrated with writing also. Write from dictation, extremely important because it's integrated with writing also. Highlight incorrect words, important because it's integrated with reading. Even highlight correct summary is integrated with reading, but it is not that important. It is medium important, I would say, very okay. And it is a multiple choice question. So multiple choice questions are anyway not that important. And the fourth important task is listening, fill in the blanks. Earlier, it used to give marks to listening and writing both, but now it will give points only and only to listening. If you write the correct spelling +1, wrong spelling -1. Which is the most important task? 2. Summarize spoken text and write from dictation. Very, very important. Let's start with summarize spoken text. Now, summarize spoken text is going to give a lot of points to content. You will get only one question and a timer of 10 minutes per question, independent task. Now, your summary should be between 50 to 70 words. If you write more, you will be penalized. What matters is 2 things. How you write. For content, listening, approximately 8 points is the contribution. And what you write will contribute to listening, the content, 8 points out of 90, which is a lot of points. And how you write means your spelling, grammar, the structure of the template, which I'll show. So 12 to 14 points, one answer contributing to writing. That is why it is a very important task. How many words? Minimum 50, maximum 70. Now first, very quickly, I will cover the template very quickly. Now please understand, you can use my template, you will get full marks. But if you want a superior score of a band 8 equivalent to IELTS, then you need pretty good quality content in your answer. Content doesn't only mean keywords. It means meaningful keywords which make sense. And the maximum sense comes from phrasal nouns. Means a small phrase which has a verb and a noun also. So let me explain. First, I'll cover the template. The speaker was talking about. Don't write small one-word things in the blanks. You must write a noun phrase. You must explain what you're writing if you're looking for a superior score. Don't take this task for granted. And if you want a full score in writing, because you remember, right, for writing you need 85 now, not 79 for a band 8. Then you need to be pretty sure that there are no spelling errors, no typing errors, no grammatical errors. I will teach you everything. You just have to follow my strategies. That's it. After a full stop, leave a space, capital M, moreover, comma. This lecture sheds light on. Full stop. The importance of dash was highlighted. You can also write additionally. The speaker added that phrase. In conclusion, phrase. I would advise you to use this template. It will give you a very high score. Now, in this task, you can take down notes on your sheet, or you can type whatever you hear in this box and later fit those things in the template. Let's play the audio.
Are you trying to grow your nails? Nails may refer to fingernails or toenails. Fortunately, fingernails grow 3 to 4 times faster than toenails. Unfortunately, toenails are much thicker than fingernails. Fingernails can break, split, or bend quite easily. Did you know that the nails on your dominant hand grow more quickly? This is handy, since these nails are much more likely to wear down from use. Nails are made of keratin, a protein that is also found in hair and skin. Long, strong nails in children are a sign of good health. This can be a nail-biting time for teens. People who bite their nails often get hangnails. Hangnails are not really nails. A hangnail is a flap of torn skin at the root of the nail. Hangnails on toes are usually caused by dry skin.
So this was the audio. This is how I generally take notes in short form quickly. Whatever I can type, I type. You can also note and then transfer it to the template. The speaker was talking about, let's say, fingernails and toenails. This sentence, keep it for the end. I'll explain, but fill it at the end. Additionally, the importance of dash was highlighted. Now, after of, whenever you're using a verb in any template, please remember this rule. The verb must always be in which form? ING form, always in your sentence. Otherwise, it's going to be a problem. And after a preposition, I already explained this rule in reading rules, grammar rules. After of, for, by, if there is a blank, which is a verb, it will be in the ING form. Additionally, the importance of dash was highlighted. So you write of fingernails grow. What will you change grow to? Growing faster, THAN, than. Whenever there's a comparison, we write taller than, rather than. Then toenails was highlighted. The speaker added that you can write this sentence that nails on your dominant hand grow more quickly. And now when you write and to make the sentence longer, because it's not connected to the previous subject, you put a comma before and. And fingernails can break, comma, split, comma, and bend easily. So whenever you're joining more than two things with and, there are three things, right? Break, split, and bend. So if there are more than two things, you also have to put a comma before and. If there are only two things like Tom and Jerry, Laurel and Hardy, then you don't need to put a comma. But here you will have to put a comma. In conclusion, you can write something about hangnails. In conclusion, hangnails are not really nails, comma, and they are generally dead skin. Now this sentence, why should
dead skin?
you can write that also, and they are generally Caused by. You cannot write cause. So whenever you have by, before that, please remember the verb is in the third form if it is in the passive voice. So it will be V3, caused by. Now, why do you fill this sentence at the end, the one with moreover? If you have multiple keywords which you want to write over here, separated by a comma, you can. But remember, if it is a noun, you must convert it to a plural noun ending with S if it is a countable noun. So if in the audio you hear smart student, you must write smart students. You must add S on your by yourself. You cannot write smart student. Otherwise, you'll have to write a smart student. So if you don't want to worry about adding articles later, you can just make the noun plural, which you listen to in the audio on your own. So here, let's say you want to write. Now, one more important thing, if you're not sure about the spelling, don't write it. It is very, very risky. If you're not sure about the spelling, don't write it. But protein, you know, so you can write. Moreover, this lecture sheds light on some protein, comma, which. Whenever you put a which in the middle of the sentence, you have to put a comma before which. Or you write that, which is found in hair, full stop. Found in hair and skin. Now let's see how many words we have written. 69 words. What is the maximum word limit? 70. Now check it for spelling. The speaker, and yes, if you're not sure about a word, don't write it. You will get a massive penalty in listening and writing, could be in both. My suggestion is if you're not sure about the spelling, I mean, you think, use your common sense, but if you're not able to decide, don't write. Like keratin, you know, I'm not sure whether it is C or K. I think it is Keratin, but I'm not sure if it is Keratine or without E at the end. So I'm not writing the word keratin. And after that, it should be a proper phrase. Means subject verb agreement should be there. Make sure you are using the correct form of the verbs. This is one of the biggest reasons why people lose marks in writing. Any template you use, if you don't check your grammar, you will lose points.
In this paragraph, in this task, will the chronological order will make sense or no?
If you can maintain it, it's good. Otherwise, it's okay.
Okay.
Mainly the software is more concerned about the meaning of the keyword.
Are you trying to grow your nails?
Meaning, the sense part, it is more important. Oh, it should be fingernails, S. Here it says proteins and then it will say R. And here it is maybe suggesting a comma. But these are very, like, main mistake was here, proteins and R. These are major grammatical mistakes. Other than that is fine. Let's do one more example, okay? Please follow this structure. It will give you very high marks for content. And also be careful with your writing. Let's go to the next question.
In a 2015 documentary on dolphin behavior, a filmmaker claimed that dolphins get high on pufferfish. Pufferfish release a poisonous nerve toxin that can be deadly to humans. In the film footage, the dolphins don't eat the fish. They toss the fish around like a ball and take turns with it. Afterwards, the dolphins appear to be in a trance-like state. The filmmaker suggests that dolphins use pufferfish to enjoy a natural high, just as other animals enjoy fermented sugarcane, nectar, or berries. Some skeptics say there is no scientific proof that pufferfish give dolphins a natural high. One researcher says that the dolphins would have to eat the pufferfish to feel the effects of the toxins. Another says dolphins may be immune to the toxins, like some sharks. Regardless of whether or not dolphins are affected by the toxins, they certainly have fun playing with objects, including ball-shaped fish.
Now, please remember there are certain words like fish, equipment. In such words, you don't make it fishes. The word itself is plural, like fish, equipment, news. That itself is the plural form as well. And whenever there are two words together, which are used to describe the third word, that is the time when you have to put a dash. Many of you might be thinking, when to put a hyphen, when to put a dash. So when two words together describe the third word, that is when you put a hyphen, a dash. Let's do it. The speaker was talking about what? Now here you need to write a because it is one documentary. So you need the article a documentary on dolphin behavior. You can write IOR, IOUR. IOR is American English, IOUR is British English. Additionally, the importance of dash was highlighted. So after of, if there is immediately a verb, it will be in the ing form. So the importance of dolphins appearing to, not appear, appearing to be, we have to use the verb in the ing form, in a trance-like state was highlighted. Trance-like together, they describe state. The speaker added that dolphins, so whenever a noun is plural like dolphins, you don't need to add the before it. You can just write dolphins. Dolphins enjoy a natural high when they consume pufferfish. Pufferfish is one word. That is the name of the fish. If you're not sure about the spelling, just write fish. It is okay. At least something you're writing to make some sense, context. In conclusion, dolphins certainly have fun when playing with ball-shaped fish. Full stop. Now in the second sentence, you can write down some keywords or some phrase. It's up to you. Sheds light on dolphins getting. The verb is get, right? In this sentence, in which form are we converting it? ing. Dolphins getting high on pufferfish. Full stop.
Just a question on the first line. Do we say the speaker was talking about a documentary on dolphins behavior or dolphin behavior? S or without S?
Okay. When two words are used together, for example, animal behavior, human behavior, human nature, global warming, climate change, there is no need to add any articles. There is no need to make the apostrophe S.
Okay.
If you add a dolphin, then a dolphin's behavior, like that. So how many words have I written? 59. You don't have to write like more words to get more points. There is no such rule. Anywhere between 50 to 70 is good as long as there is meaningful content in your answer. That's it. When, or you can write while as well. Both are correct. Let's submit it. And let's wait. Yeah.
In a 2015 documentary on dolphin behavior, a filmmaker.
So now this task will matter a lot for writing. Remember, 12 to 14 points coming from this one task in writing. So that's a lot of points. Now let's quickly get done with the important tasks first, and then we'll go to the non-important tasks. Okay. Now, the next important task is write from dictation. You'll get 3 or 4 questions. As per the PTE guideline, as per the PTE official guideline, you get 1 point per word if it's in the correct spelling, and you get 0 for incorrect words. What matters the most is the sequence. You'll get 3 to 4 questions. the total contribution of this task will roughly be, I think, 12 to 15 points to listening, and could be also more depending on the complexity of the sentence and the length of the words. So anywhere between 12 to 20 points for listening, and approximately 18 to 25 points to writing. Approximately, I'm saying. Nobody knows the exact score distribution, but approximately very high, still very high. For writing, it's going to be very, very high. So my suggestion is there are two ways to deal with this task. If you're good at typing, if your typing skills are good enough, type with the audio in short form. And while you're typing, keep on speaking it so that you don't lose the words from your memory. And if you're not quick at typing, then you can note down the initials or the words in short form first on your sheet, and later you can transfer your notes by typing. But remember, this is the last task in the exam, so your timer will always be on. So it depends how well we manage the time, that how much time is left at the end. Ideally, prudent time management means wise time management would be if you have at least 5 to 7 minutes left for the last 3 to 4 questions. So per question, you get at least 1.5 to 2 minutes to type and proofread your answer for mistakes. Remember, in all writing related tasks, in all typing related tasks like summarize written text, write essay, summarize spoken text, listening, fill in the blanks, write from dictation, it's very important to check our answers multiple times so that there are no spelling or typing mistakes. Very, very important. So, okay, let's do a few.
Expressed an idea that the author expressed an idea that modern readers inevitably cannot accept.
The first word, you should try to start with a capital letter. Even if you don't, I think it's okay, but common sense says that a new sentence will start with a capital letter, you end with a full stop. If you miss the full stop, or if you don't start with a capital, I think it's okay, but still it is advisable to start with a capital and put a full stop. Sometimes if there is a pause in the sentence where a comma is required, if you don't put a comma, there might be some minor penalty in writing. There might be some major penalty in listening also, depending on the type of the mistake. A spelling mistake might have a different type of penalty. So first type like this and then correct your answer and keep on repeating so that you don't forget. The author expressed an idea that modern readers inevitably cannot accept. Now, obviously it has to be readers. So when you're not sure, think in terms of subject verb agreement and use common sense. We are not talking about one modern reader. We are talking about all modern readers. So it has to be plural. Many times what people do is people write two words like this whenever they are not sure. Reader, readers. I highly advise, don't do it. I honestly and genuinely advise, don't do it in the exam. You should not take chances of adding extra words in this task. Many YouTube videos might suggest do it. I am against doing it. Worst case scenario, once you are really unsure, but everything else in the exam has gone well, you might try it maybe once. If I am in the exam, I will never try it. I swear I will never try it. But everybody has a different level of performance in such exams, right? So if you're not sure, probably once you might, but I don't think it's a smart thing to do, honestly. So one word for the right answer. Now you might think, that PTE has not mentioned what will happen if you add extra words. It says only one thing in the scoring criteria, that if your words are in the 1 point for the right word and 0 for wrong or incorrectly spelled words. It has not mentioned purposely anything. What happens when you add extra words? Purposely it's not mentioning, they are also smart. But in the recent past, I have seen so many students getting a very poor score in writing. In listening, it's very high, like 80 plus, but writing is low. When writing is very low, there are only two reasons. One, write essay, the software didn't find enough content, so the software penalized the essay score. And two, probably mistakes in summarized spoken text, in grammar. And three, mistakes in write from dictation. So you cannot afford to make mistakes in write from dictation. Every day, you should practice at least 40, 50 or 100 sentences every day. Not together, but like do bulk practice. Same for repeat sentence, same for write from dictation. 20 sentences, do, then check all 20 together by going back on the portal. Then analyze your mistakes. That is the best way. Now, sometimes, you might not be sure whether you write the or a. Think, are we talking about something specific? Yes, we are, because this is about one author who is expressing his or her own idea. So when something is specific, we use the. When something is generic, we use a. So that is how you check. This is purpose.
The author expressed an idea that modern.
So on our portal here and on other portals on the website, if you add extra words, generally there will be no penalty. But according to me, and I'm being very honest, in the real exam, there is a very high chance that PTE will penalize you for adding extra words. Another thing about contractions. Contractions means can't, don't, shouldn't, wouldn't, couldn't, will. Even in read aloud, if it says CANT, you have to pronounce it as can't. You can't say cannot in read aloud. I just remembered, so I'm covering it now. If you hear can't, you have to type CAN''T can't. If you hear cannot, you have to type cannot. Whatever you hear, you have to type. You get only one chance. You can listen to the audio only once. And in the entire test, once you do next, you cannot go back. That is in the entire PTE test. So once it's gone, any question, it's gone forever.
Gravity is the force that attracts two bodies toward one another.
Gravity is the force that attracts two bodies towards one another. Gravity is the force. Now your force is without S. So attracts, the verb will be with S. Subject verb agreement. When the noun is without S, the verb is with S. When the noun is with S, the verb is without S. Singular noun, singular verb, plural noun, plural verb. If you have numbers, you can write the number. You can also write the word. Both are accepted. No problem. Any natural way of speaking and any natural way of writing is accepted. Any spelling system, whether it's British or American, is accepted. Now here,
gravity is the force that attracts two bodies toward one another.
Two words. So that is American, one is British. I misheard. I heard what I wrote. If you're not sure, I did not write two words and two words. It's a very minor error. It will not have a major impact in the real exam. This is much safer to do rather than writing two words. Even if you're not sure about a spelling, try to write one spelling. Don't write 2, 3 spellings, like gravity, gravities, gravita. Don't write multiple words. Just write one thing which you think common sense is telling you, do that. Don't try to be too smart with the software, You never know, like PTs guys are very smart. Don't play too much with the software.
Many different conferences offer opportunities for volunteer work.
Many different conferences. Now, conferences is with S, so offer will be without S, always the opposite. Opportunity or opportunities, plural, because it's conferences. Many conferences, many opportunities. Opportunities for volunteer work. So we have to use our common sense. खुद का दिमाग लगाना है. We have to use our common sense. Should it be singular or plural? Plural. Different means what? More than one. Multiple. So this has to be plural. Because this is plural, this is also plural without S. And because both of them are plural, this is also plural. So this is how you check your answers.
Many different conferences offer opportunities for
My suggestion is bulk practice. When your exam is approaching, you should do at least 40-50 sentences. Also, you can download the latest prediction file. It is available here for the month of August. September will be available here tonight. Oh, I think this is the latest one, sorry. You can also find the same over here. When you go to the latest prediction file, it takes 3-4 seconds to load, and always use Google Chrome on your laptop. Use a headset which has a mic. So you can see there are different questions over here. You can go through them. You can click on the link and you will go to that page directly. So you'll see the most repeated questions. As I said, the essay topics will also be added here with the answers, hopefully by this weekend. I hope there are no questions.
Lecture has a voice to it in prediction files?
No. It's a PDF document. There is no voice at the moment. There
Oh,
isn't. But most of the prediction questions you can find on the portal also under individual practice question tasks.
thank you.
Thank you. Now, let's go to the next important task. Now, I have covered 2 tasks, 6 are remaining. The next important task is listening fill in the blanks. Now here, as per the new PTE guideline, you will get 2 to 3 questions. Each question will have 4 to 5 blanks. Because it is a task of listening and typing, my suggestion is typing directly. You can also use the tab button, TAB. There is a button above caps lock which says tab. So when you click tab, you can go to the next blank like this, right? You don't have to use your mouse. But sometimes the tab button doesn't work because the keyboard might have an issue or something like that. So check if it's working or not. Now in any listening task, whether it comes in speaking like repeat sentence or whether it comes here, you get a few seconds before the audio starts. Always, okay? In those seconds, try to quickly count the number of words. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 4 blanks. Sometimes there is also a blank at the end. Because of the color, it might get camouflaged. So keep your eyes open. My suggestion is type or note whatever you want to do. If you're good at typing, type. If you're not good, note. But if you're taking notes, keep your handwriting neat and clean. It should not happen that you're not able to understand your own handwriting. It happens in the exam. Sometimes the pen goes dry. If the pen goes dry, raise your hand and lodge a complaint immediately, not after the test ends. PT says if there is any issue, raise your hand, let the supervisor know in the room. If you go at the end, they might ask you, why did you not raise your hand when you actually had the problem? So it is your responsibility to let them know. And before you leave the test center, meet the same person again and tell them that I had raised my hand to lodge my complaint. Now, please give me an official case number. They always help. They always give you the case number. And then you can follow up with them, with their customer representatives, 1-800-729282. That is the call center number. Anyway, now, what I was saying is if you're taking notes, your eyes should always be on the screen. If you're taking notes, don't look at your notes. Otherwise, sometimes the audio is so fast. Sometimes there is disturbance in the audio. Some coughing sound will there. Some other sound will come in the background of the audio. So be very alert. And always after you type something, before you click next, always double check your spelling. That have I used the correct tense? If it should be ed, have I done ed? If it should be plural, check, check. Now here there is a blank before by, so it should end with ed, the third form, So always check the logic. Let's do it.
2 decades ago, Kashmiri houseboat owners rubbed their hands every spring at the prospect of the annual influx of tourists. From May to October, the hyacinth-choked waters of Dal Lake saw flotillas of vividly painted shikaras carrying Indian families, boho Westerners, young travelers, and wide-eyed Japanese. Carpet sellers honed their skills, as did purveyors of anything remotely embroidered, while the houseboats initiated by the British Raj provided unusual accommodation. Any foreigners venturing there risked their lives, proved in 1995 when 5 young Europeans were kidnapped and murdered.
So this word was difficult, according to me, maybe for many of you, because the word is honed, H-O-N-E-D. Why did I write D? Because the next word was initiated. So in the same sentence, the same tense will come, past tense. The tense will not change generally. And honed the skills is a phrasal like usage of vocabulary. It means to improve your skills, to sharpen your skills. Now here in the first blank, it has to be tourists, plural, no? One single tourist cannot go to any place. It has to be a group, plural, collective. So if you check, so there are many such words. If you go to study materials, if you go to the spelling list, if you have the paid subscription or if you are already enrolled, you can click here you can get a list. There are many words, which come in the real exam. Now, one more thing, if there are fill in the blanks which have numbers, for example, if you have numbers, try to, if it's like a small number, for example, if it is, let's say, 5, let's say it's a digit 5, then you have to write FIVE. You can write the digit also, but it is better to write in words, better. Both are accepted, but better is words. And if it's a 2-digit number, you have to put a dash, like 26. So you write 20-6. So all digits from 20, like 21 to 99, you have to put a dash because they are considered to be a single word. That's why. And if you have a very big number, like 500,000, so 500,000, you can't write 500,000. Then what will you write? You write like this, 500,000. That is 5 lakh in Indian English, but there is no actual word like lakh in normal English. So you write 500,000. So then you have to write the digits because such a big word, 500,000, it will not fit in the character length of the box. So you have to use your common sense. Okay. One more thing which I forgot to say in write from dictation, I just remembered. In write from dictation and listening fill in the blanks, whenever you get names of days, dates, months, you have to write in capital initials like Monday, Tuesday, January, February, March, capitals. Whenever you get names of people or places like London, New York, Einstein, you write with a capital initial. Whenever you get names of animals, names of birds, names of different types of sports, names of chemicals, name of chemical elements like oxygen, nitrogen, lion, tiger, names of subjects, mathematics, science, biology, physics, chemistry. All such words will stay in small initials always. Okay? But names of people, names of days, names of months, capital, and names of subjects like statistics, biology, chemistry, mathematics, economics, small. All right. Now, we have one more important, and yes, as I said, this listening fill in the blanks will contribute to only listening. If you write the wrong spelling, you get 1 point, 0. If you write the correct spelling, you get 1 point. If you're confused, try your luck. You can also leave it, but you can try your luck also. If you're lucky, like you might get the point. Okay. Now the next important task, as I said, there are 4 tasks which are really important. Which 4? I hope you remember. Summarize spoken text, write from dictation, listening fill in the blanks, and highlight incorrect words. Highlight incorrect words is important because it contributes to reading also. It's a very simple task. You'll have 2 or 3 questions. In each question, you will listen to an audio and you will have the transcript in front of you. Whichever word is different than what you hear in the audio, you simply have to click on that word with your mouse. That's it. It's a very simple task, but to make it difficult, what PT sometimes does is the audio is really fast. There is some disturbance in the background. There are some extra noises in the background. Or suddenly, it starts so fast, it says a few sentences, but then it skips one part of the sentence. So suddenly the audio will jump, let's say from this to the second sentence. So you have to be very alert. It is not a technical issue. Generally, that is how they design the audio. Very fast disturbance like that. So my suggestion, the best technique is try to speak softly with the audio at the same time. So that mentally you're very sharp, you're very alert. The scoring is again partial negative marking and integrated with reading also. For every correct word which you choose, like every incorrect word which you click, you get 1 point in listening and reading. For every incorrect word, you get -1. But overall, there is no negative marking. Minimum is 0. And if let's say there are 5 incorrect words, you click 3, you still get marks for those 3. It's not that you will get 0. So, but you have to be very alert because this task contributes roughly, I would say 6 to 7 points to listening and 10 to 11 points to reading. For reading, it's still very important, very easy, but the audio can be tricky. So let's do this. and try to speak with the audio, with the speaker. That way your mind will be very alert.
Going to find out today is how it's a bit more complicated than that, which it always is, and I think it's really wonderful. I mean, not being an experimental scientist myself, I have a kind of envy at the way in which science can continue to surprise us by this. People working away in labs, moving on understanding in ways. Hugo is a cognitive scientist at the French National Centre for Scientific Research. Hugo Mercier.
It was fast. Let's do one more. The world has changed, the economics of
The world has changed. The economics of the world have changed, and the art market has come in behind that. Absolutely, and it is part of the reason why Christie's left Australia and no longer has an office here. And Sotheby, it's basically a branch or a foundation, for want of a better word, of Sotheby's International. So neither auction firm has a really permanent international existence in Australia because they are focusing their attention on the places they can make money, which is the Middle East, India, and Asia.
So this is how it is. This is what I do, and I always recommend the same. Speak with the speaker so your mind is really alert. Please be very actively alert in this task. The audio can be really fast, and you might be surprised how fast it might be in the exam. Very simple task, but mistakes can happen if there is distraction or if you lose your attention span. Now we are left with the multiple choice tasks. Multiple choice tasks are never important in PT. And now for superior English, I think you just need 70 in listening, 69 in reading, approximately I'm saying. So you don't need to worry. Earlier it was 79 each, which is a bit harder, a bit hard. Now no longer that hard. So probably you just go to listening, and let's quickly get done with all the multiple choice. All of these are multiple choice questions. So not important, not that important, not important, not important. So your time management should be only on the important tasks like listening blanks, highlight incorrect words, and write from dictation. Because as I said, you'll get an overall timer of 20 to 24 minutes maximum for all these remaining 7 tasks after summarize spoken text. So you have to be really good with your time management skills. That is very, very important. Okay. Now, in multiple choice, choose multiple answer. The scoring is same as reading. Partial negative marking, +1 for the right answer, -1 for the wrong answer. If your answers are all are correct, sorry, incorrect, you still get 0. Minimum is 0. You can't get less than 0. That's a good thing. My suggestion is always choose one option. Before the audio starts, you get 3 to 7 seconds. Understand the question. And while the audio is going on, the audio is very lengthy, purposely to waste your time. You can also get a video, especially in select missing word. You can get a video also instead of an audio. Same way in speaking in retell lecture or maybe in the new tasks, also you can get a video. Don't be surprised if you get a video. The problem is purposely PT gives very lengthy audio or video questions to waste our time sometimes, so that in the end, we don't have enough time for highlight incorrect words and write from dictation. And you know what happens when you don't have time? We panic. And when you panic, we make mistakes. So it's very important to not lose our focus. Now, coming to multiple choice, choose multiple answers. As I said, best is just to choose one option. What is the question? Which options are right?
Paper mills had the worst of it for years as newspapers reduced pagination, went wholly digital or shut for good. The papers were able to hammer down the cost of newsprint from firms fighting for business as demand declined. Price-taking paper mills suffered in silence. Many hesitated to shut massive machines costing hundreds of millions of dollars. That hesitance has disappeared. Mills are taking out newsprint capacity and diversifying. Norske Skog, a Norwegian pulp and paper firm, said in June it would close its 66-year-old Tasman mill in New Zealand, for example. Many mills are converting machines to make packaging for e-commerce. UPM, a Finnish firm, announced this year the sale of its Shotton newsprint mill in Wales to a Turkish maker of containerboard and packaging. For JCS Volga, a Russian mill, newsprint used to account for 70% of production. Now half of what it makes is packaging.
The only option which I can think of is option number D. That is absolutely right. So D. Is it?
Paper mills had the worst of it for years.
Yeah. So one option you choose, which you think is the best option. And as you can see, option number D was correct. So we will get points for option D and move on. You'll get 2 questions. As soon
Why
as
did
the
we get 1 point out of 2?
Yeah, you get one because there are more than 1 correct answers. There are 2 correct answers. I chose only 1. So I got 1 out of 2. I didn't choose all. But still, if 1 is right, 1 is wrong, I would have got a 0 because of partial negative marking. So it is better to choose only 1. And as I said, in this task, keep on scribbling something on the sheet. Keep on taking some notes, but your eyes should be on the screen so that you're able to correlate the audio with the text on your screen. And just choose one option. And yes, what I was saying was the audio can be very lengthy. So my suggestion is in all these multiple choice 4 tasks in listening, as soon as the audio ends, be ready with one answer and click next immediately. Otherwise, you will not have enough time for highlight incorrect words and write from dictation at the end. So, and the problem is while the audio is going on, if you choose one option and click next, you cannot go to the next question. You have to listen to the audio, full audio. That is like punishment, compulsory. So PT sometimes can waste a lot of time in all these low weight questions. We have to be smart. Now let's go to multiple choice to single answer. That is like just similar to this task. Before the audio starts, read the question.
There's growing alarm over plunging insect populations, with climate change, habitat destruction and pesticides all thought to play a role. But now scientists say there's another culprit: artificial streetlights. Researchers from the charity Butterfly Conservation counted caterpillars at the sides of brightly lit roads. Compared with similar stretches of unlit roads, caterpillar numbers were reduced by half, suggesting streetlights can affect the abundance of insects, at least on a local scale. The scientists say with insects in trouble, we should be doing all we can to reduce negative influences. But there are practical solutions, such as dimming street lights in the early hours, installing motion sensors, or using colour filters to modify the light.
Probably option number D, maybe. Let's see. C, because they die if they are closer to the street light. So option number C is the correct option. C, my bad. So here there is no negative marking anywhere, and it's hardly contributing any points to listening. You get 2 questions. The total contribution is like just maximum 1 point for both combined. So 1 question, half a point, that's it. Maybe a 0.75, that's it. So no need to worry much about these tasks. These are low weight tasks. What you need to worry more about are the high weight tasks. Always remember. You will get 2 questions for each multiple choice question generally. Now, if you go to the next task, which is called select missing word. So basically this is like multiple choice, fill in the blanks. But at the end of the audio, only 1 blank will come. And then at that time, you will hear a loud beep sound. So your job is to predict how the audio will end, and you'll have some options. Before the audio starts, you get like around 3 to 7 seconds approximately. In that, read what is the audio going to be about. That is always mentioned. So my tip is always read the topic before the audio starts in this beep task. It is popularly called the beep task. So let's do one question.
Nature's instruments for survival can be a godsend until they begin to affect us in destructive ways. Someone's negative characteristics can cloud their favorable traits to such an extent that we cannot see the positive anymore. In our biased minds, this person has become purely evil. It's pretty difficult not to feel repulsed by someone who doesn't have any positive traits, let alone forgive them. So we might want to look beyond the vast spectre of negativity and see that the people we resent are also carrying good within them, and that it's human to possess both evil and good.
It is human to possess both evil and good. So that is the correct answer. Right. So at the end, you have to be very alert. These are very simple tasks. You just have to be alert and understand the audio. And what was the audio about? Forgiving. So the topic will be mentioned. If you understand the topic, you can predict how it's going to end.
Any negative marking?
No negative marking. It's a very low weight task. Per question, you get hardly 0.3 or 0.5 points out of 90. So you get 2 questions as hardly maximum 1 point out of 90 for both the questions, and no negative marking at all. And the last task which is left is highlight correct summary. Now that task is task number 4. It comes after listening fill in the blanks. You'll get 2 questions. You'll have a audio transcript or a video, and there are 4 options. So you have to choose the best summary which matches with the audio. Now, one question will be very simple, and the trick is you have to listen to the beginning, introduction, and the end very carefully. If the introduction and the conclusion matches, generally it is the correct answer. This task is integrated with reading as well. You get 1 point in listening and reading both. So 2 questions means approximately 2 points. Approximately, I'm saying, out of 90. So it is a bit important. Not very, but a bit. So listen very carefully when the audio is about to start and also when the audio is about to end. And in the time before the audio starts, try to quickly glance at the options, go through the options, the introduction and the conclusion parts mainly. That is helpful. And as soon as the audio ends, as I said, always be ready, like click your answer and go to the next question almost immediately, not more than 5 seconds after the audio is finished. Otherwise, you won't be able to finish the test on time.
Now, one of the workplace models I want to look at today is telecommuting. Done properly, telecommuting makes good business sense and companies can make huge savings on their overheads. It can also be a very effective lure to recruit quality employees, but companies need to plan ahead and create the right culture for it to work. It's not as simple as just giving everybody a laptop and sending them off to work from home. Management needs to look at training, security, and communication issues before any kind of telecommuting agreement is entered into. Now, a key part of making it work is ensuring that every employee, and that's whether they're at home or in the office, has equal access to resources and, of course, promotions. The last thing you want is to create a kind of us versus them scenario. The arrangement breaks down quickly if people start feeling isolated or limited in their chances of moving up the ladder if they aren't physically in the office. There has to be foresight right from the start in the hiring process. It's vital to screen employees carefully to determine who will be able to prosper working away from the office. Some companies give personality tests to prospective workers, and they do them online or over the phone to see if they're comfortable with that type of setup.
I think I'm a bit confused between B and C. Probably B, yeah, B, because the audio did start off by mentioning about telecommuting, and there were some pros and cons. Like you have to be like there are benefits, but you have to be cautious. You have to take care. So that's why it says no. It has a lot of advantages, but to make like positive, but you have to be cautious. So yeah, definitely option number B. So you'll get 2 such questions, and yeah, that's it. So I think with that, we will end the session. And
So just want to know any negative marking in this one.
no negative. If
And
there is,
high
say
weightage?
no.
Very high weightage?
Low weight. All MCQs, all multiple choice questions are low weight questions.
Low weightage only. Okay.
Yeah, low weight questions. So again, a quick recap. In speaking, you have to be more careful about all the descriptive tasks. There could be human evaluation based on your answers in all spoken and written descriptive tasks. For speaking, the most important tasks will be describe image, repeat sentence, summarize a group discussion, very important, then retell lecture, respond to a situation, read aloud, all like contributing 9 to 10 points, but summarize group discussion contributing about 15-16 points, repeat sentence about 13 to 14 points, describe image the most, 25 to 28 points, a lot of points. For writing, both these tasks will be very important. You'll get 2 summaries always and 1 essay. Both the summaries will contribute together about 22 points to writing approximately, and the essay will contribute about 24-25 points. So that's about 45 to 46 points coming to the actual written score from writing. In reading, 2 tasks will be the most important. Obviously, one will be most important, reading, writing, fill in the blanks, and the second is reading blanks. And the third in priority, like most important, second most important, third most important, reorder paragraphs. These 3 will be in priority. Both the blanks together will contribute about 38 to 40 points to reading. Reorder paragraphs around 7 to 9 points to reading approximately. Coming to listening, listening has like 3 to 4 main tasks. Summarize spoken text, really important because it's going to contribute a lot of points to writing also. 12 to 14 points to writing, 7 to 8 points to listening. Write from dictation, very, very important. Will contribute anywhere between 12 to 20 points to listening and about approximately anywhere between 20 to 25 points to writing also. Very, very important. 3 to 4 questions. Highlight incorrect words, very important because it's going to contribute 6 to 7 points to listening, 9 to 11 points to reading. And finally, listening, fill in the blanks also a bit important for listening, only to listening. It will not contribute to writing. So make sure that you're practicing the important tasks more and more. Whenever you practice at home and take any mock test from Mockmaster or any portal, use a headset which has a proper functioning mic. You can also take official Pearson mock test, but make sure you record the tests so that you can view yourself how you perform in the mock test later. On our portal, obviously, you can check your answers later anytime. And before the test starts, make sure when you book your exam, your name in the passport matches exactly with what you have created in your PTE account. And the test overall will be about 2 hours in duration, maximum 2 hours, 15 minutes, not more, approximately I'm saying. So around 120 minutes in duration will be the total time of the test. Take as many full mock tests as possible, as many sectional mock tests, but more full mock tests. And very soon we will have our app also, Mockmaster app. So even there you can do the mock test, you can practice on iPhone, Android, whatever. And I think we'll be posting this video on YouTube as well. So if you guys are watching on YouTube, make sure you subscribe to our channel. You can ask questions. You can get in touch for classes. The website is oneaustraliagroup.com. We are based in Melbourne. And we provide online coaching for PTE, IELTS, and NATI CCL in multiple languages worldwide. So thank you very much. I'm Malcolm, and I'll see you all soon. Thanks for joining, all of you. Have a good day. Thanks. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Yeah, bye.